Back to the buttons not working. I changed literally nothing. I didn't update anything. I didn't change any parameters. I didn't install or uninstall anything. They're just like, not this time. Not tonight. It's like, oh my god. It would almost be better if it was just broken. So that I could start, moving on, getting used to doing something else. I could think, okay, I need to use a different peripheral of some kind. But it's like every other stream. They either work or they don't. They work or they don't. And I am going to whine impotently about it. That is my ultimate catharsis. Oh, it's not much of one. It's not much of one. Roland, bad news. What kind of bad news, Roland? Bad news for you, bad news for me. I'm going to take them differently. I don't strictly hope that it's bad news for you. But relatively between the two, I mean, if I'm being honest, I'd probably prefer that. For both? Oh shit, what's wrong? How could... Wait, I don't even know what news could be bad for both of us. Now I'm concerned. Data Nerd, welcome in. Shadowcat, good to see you. Oh, you're not? Oh, that is bad news for both of us. What happened? I mean, it's fine. I'm not gonna rag on you because you can't make a fairly expensive convention that involves a lot of travel, but we're certainly looking forward to seeing you out there, man. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That ends up being the reason for a lot of people. It is an investment just to be able to go, and then you gotta spend money while you're there, and all in all, it winds up being a pretty expensive affair. Did you, Roland, remind me, you got a room, right? Have you sold it off yet? Squeezing some lemon in my tea here. Okay, so you're like definitely not going, not waiting to see, not seeing if maybe you could get some together. Well, I am sorry to hear that, Roland. That sucks, buddy, but you know what? There will be another. Plus, there's always Gen Con. Is PAX South still going on? I keep meaning to make it back down to PAX South at some point. That might be more manageable. How is everybody doing today? Other than Roland, who is finding out that he can't go to Adepticon, which sucks. I hope everybody else is doing all right on this odd Tuesday evening. Oh, that's just lovely. We're not doing anything too exciting tonight. We're going to be adding some color to these urban bases and fixing up the rebar on these scatter pieces, and then attempting to get some minis affixed so that we can launch into the process of actually painting these Cyberpunk minis, which should be occupying my time for the next little while. We're also going to do a little bit of assembly on my newly finished Pioneer battle mech. I have 3 different prints of it here in front of me in 3 different sizes that are offset by about 10% each. I'm going to be building these and figuring out which size is ideal. That shouldn't take very long. Hey, mechanic, how you doing? You lurk away, Shadowcat, please. Please, please, please. Data Nerd, I'm glad to hear that. I have been having, overall, a pretty good week. I realize we're at the start of the week, but the week, including the weekend and back to last Tuesday or so, I've been succeeding at something that I've been the worst at for like my whole life. And only for a week so far, so obviously there's quite a bit to go. But damn it, I've been getting up every morning, getting my ass outside, and working the hell out. And that is a big change for me, at least for the last few years. You would think that that's the sort of thing you'd get into the habit of over the pandemic. I think a lot of people did. I didn't. I got more into the habit of doing literally nothing for days at a time. But yeah, I've been getting out. I've been working out. I've been getting more done. I've been feeling better. I got that initial drop that I'll usually get when I do manage to get into a good cycle. I dropped about 12 pounds in a week and a half, which ain't half bad. Now I just gotta, keep that up for the rest of my life. Yeah, that's it. That's the amount of time. Made a decision on what game I'm gonna get into. What did you land on, Mechanic? What did you land on and why? These are the things I'm curious about. I'm not going to linger here too long. We're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to push this button. Nothing's going to happen. Are you ready? Here we go. Yep. God damn it. That's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. I'm not going to complain a bunch about it tonight. I'm going to complain a little bit about it. Not a whole bunch. Let me real quick get a piece cut for my wet palette because we're going to use that some. That I am very sorry to hear, Roland. Shit, man. Hopefully nothing that is going to be terribly... that it is going to exacerbate anything else. As someone with lingering heart issues myself, I sympathize, man. That is some bullshit. Not from COVID, mind you. Age of Sigmar, because there's a rather large group at my friendly local game store. That's a good reason. That's a good reason to pick a game. Let me see here. Oh! Need more expansive room on my desk, damn it. Campfire grill. Ooh, who doesn't like a good? Who doesn't like a nice campfire grill? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope you're having a good one tonight. Yeah, this is the orientation. That's right. I remember now. Now we're gonna go ahead and cut you a little bit inside of that mark. Rhino, how you doing today? Are the SRM4 launchers not detachable? Not on this initial round. So there's still a few final touches that need to go on the Pioneer. But I'm waiting on them until I finalize the printing scale of it. I wanted to do the test print for all the primary details first. And then once I'm satisfied with the scale that it's printing at, then I'm going to do the final details. It's not really worth doing them until I know that everything else I've done is going to work. I have a template that I cut out for exactly this purpose, and I never fucking use it, and it makes you wonder why I bothered doing it in the first place. I wonder that sometimes, too. And let this settle in real nice. Now, are you going full-scale Age of Sigmar mechanic, or are you jumping into something like Warcry first? Because I had a moment there, folks, when I was like, maybe I'll play 40k again because people are playing it. And then I was thankfully... I had a conversation with it over the... a conversation about it with my friend Hethrir over the weekend. And this is expanding in a direction I didn't expect. That's okay. And he reminded me of all the reasons that I stopped playing 40k oh so long ago, and then reminded me that this game Kill Team exists that I actually do enjoy, and I could just do that instead since I've already got several kill teams and since it's really easy to dabble in multiple factions. And I was like, oh yeah, let's do that instead. Because I had this sudden remembrance of the horror at the heart of 40k. Complain as much as you want about any balance issues, yada yada yada. The horror at the heart of the game is I go, you go, where one player does all of their turn and all of the phases within it while their opponent sits there with their thumb up their ass for a solid 30 minutes. And I was like, oh yeah, that sucks. I don't want to do that. Like, that honestly is the worst thing about Warhammer 40k. Everything else is just sort of like set dressing to that primary complaint. That is just awful fucking game design. And I don't like doing it. And I was like, wait, I can still do Space Marines though, because Kill Team exists, and it has the nice back and forth activation system. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, we can salvage this. We can salvage this. Kill Team's actually a pretty good game. Now, I haven't played the edition that came out last year yet, so I'm kind of excited to try that out. I went ahead and ordered the books. Damn right you will, Rhino. Hamburg, thank you so much for the reminder. What are you melting them with yet? What kind of melting? What are you doing, Rhino? What's happening? You got the new beginner box rolling for BattleTech? With a butane torch. What the fuck are you doing? What? Like, at the very least, heat a metal implement and then touch the metal implement to the plastic. Don't apply flame to... Alright, never mind. You know what? If Rhino wants to burn down his house, it's really not my business to stop him. I'm gonna start off by assembling these three little fellas we got here so I can figure out the scale I like, and then we're gonna move on to the rest. What do you say?
I huff the fumes directly. I put the plastic in my mouth and light the fire under my tongue.
One thing I need to do is I did break one of its legs while I was removing it from the plate because I wongled off on it like a moron. Also led me to believe that maybe I should reinforce the leg a little bit for the final prints, but that's okay. Easy fix. Snapped off clean.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Fair enough. With the Vindicator? Okay, yeah, the new one. Awesome. The Vindicator's a nice little model. I like what they did with that one. The Rogel Dorn? Yeah, I keep looking at that. That was the other thing, is the problem is that as soon as I start being like, alright, I'm gonna play 40k, I start building the army in my head. I was like, well, if I'm gonna do Marines, I gotta do Primaris. Okay, fine, what do I need? I started looking at, like, Impulsors and stuff, and I was like, well, if I'm gonna do the Impulsor, I'm gonna have to take off all the hover skids, and I'm gonna have to put on treads, so I'm like, okay, where do I get treads? And this just led me down such a rabbit hole of madness, and Hethrir was finally like, dude, just play Kill Team. Like, you know what? You're right. I have all but, like, 2 models I need for an effective Death Guard Kill Team. I have everything that I need to make a Chaos Space Marine kill team of Word Bearers. I have everything I need to make an Intercession team of Iron Snakes. Like, I have enough to make multiple kill teams. I don't need to start getting into building tanks. Now, I'll tell you what, though, Rhino. If they turn around and they suddenly are like, Warhammer 40k 10th edition, we have alternating activations, I'll play the game. I'll do it. I will do that. I think it's a good design. Like, just pure aesthetics, I like the look of the Rogel Dorn. I like how it's kind of halfway between the Leman Russ and the Baneblade size-wise. I think adding in something a little bit larger is probably a good idea. It seems like it's sort of their answer to the existence of Imperial Knights, which, yeah, I can dig that. I'm glad they didn't just give them, like, a bigger Sentinel. I'm glad they didn't just give them their own mechs. They're giving them big fucking tanks. Because the Baneblade is kind of... The Baneblade is really, like, too big to really work that well in 40k. And the Leman Russ is still nice and compact, so something in between, I could see that working. I mean, obviously, we'll see how they actually implement it. Get out of here. This mechanic games, if you've never played Battletech before, I have found the beginner box is actually a very good place to start because it includes 2 mechs, and then it includes a sort of truncated and simple version of the rules. And if you're just getting into Battletech, I recommend, honestly, get the beginner box, put those 2 mechs on the field, and play some games with the simplified rules. Step it up using the little standees that are included to add more mechs, and then buy the full version. It's a good ramp up into the game, which is genuinely helpful. So you can see here the 3 cockpit sizes. This one is, as I sculpted it, this is 10% larger, this is 20% larger. 20% was my first print, this is too big. I'm going to assemble it anyway, but it's too big. And then that would be 10... or rather, native 10 and 20% larger on the legs. It is larger, isn't it? Yeah, it is, okay. Thought I was going crazy for a second. Yeah, no, that's definitely a good get. Is 10 guns enough? It seems like it could have more. I'll tell you my one visual... Like, it definitely does seem like Games Workshop's designers can't stand empty space on a hull, and they're just like, put more guns there. I will say the worst gun placement on the entirety of the Rogel Dorn are those 2 random stubbers that are on the front in little pintle mounts. Little, like, gimbals. And they are, like, inset between the treads, so they can only fire forward in this really narrow field of fire. They can't tilt outwards to fire. Now, I guess the one on the right could tilt left to fire across, and the one on the left could tilt right to fire across and get a wider field of fire, but only one can do that. I mean, you know, far be it from me to criticize Warhammer 40k for not being perfectly realistic, given all the other goddamn nonsense involved in all its tanks. It's just... it just looks odd, you know? You know, this ball joint didn't quite print right, but it'll still work. Still, I think the overall design works well. I appreciate that it looks distinct. It's not just a bigger Lehman Russ. Make a mech using construction rules for this yet? Well, that should be unnecessary, Wily Cliff. Because if you've ever run a Jenner, you'll recognize the loadout on the Pioneer. Why, hello there, Punexpected Painting. How are you doing? Yeah, you put the psychic blank up there. Go through here and score up my ball joints. I always recommend doing this when you're gluing plastic or resin. The only time you really shouldn't bother scoring, like anytime you're using super glue, it always helps to score your connection points. Just giving yourself a little extra tooth to work with. Now, if you are using plastic cement on styrene, you probably don't need to. Because that is a chemical bond that takes the styrene plastic and actually melts. Why? I swear to God. The temperature hasn't fallen quite enough to kill all the bugs yet. Joy. Hey, Merlin, how you doing? Those files work out for you? Living the dream! I'm glad to hear that, Punexpected. What about you? You're gonna be at Adepticon, right? Good, I'm glad to hear it. It just pays to remember, anytime you're super gluing anything, you're making a mechanical bond, which means that the glue itself has to grip onto both surfaces, so by giving it tooth and plenty of surface contact, you ensure that it holds well. Few seconds spent making some little hatch marks on your surface will save you a lot of headache later.
I'll be there to loom over everyone.
Like some kind of henge. Oh, so the new shout-out feature is fucked too? That's good to know. We couldn't raid last time, and now we can't even shout people out. Way to go, Twitch! Oh, I'm sorry, I missed your hydrate earlier, Hamburg. Romeo Void! Tier 2 sub, 21 months, the absolute madman, Romeo! Wherefore art thou, Romeo? How you doing, man? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you so much for the sub, Romeo. Thank you so much for your support, but as always, thank you so much more just for being here with us tonight. I hope you're having a good day. God, my hands seem so pale under these lights. I swear I do have some blood flow. Sure, it's the lights. I've been getting actual sun lately, Waffles, I'll have you know. How you doing, man? It's good to see you, Waffles. Oh, you know, part of the reason that I'm having such shallow depth of field tonight. I neglected to recalibrate my camera when I shifted it over from the other spot, that's why. I'm gonna put some gloves on so I don't cut myself. Or at least if I do cut myself, it'll be after a very slight amount of resistance. Isn't it just? With, like, no atmosphere to protect me or anything. What the fuck?
Warning. Fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
Well, this glove is completely fucked for some reason. Yeah, I've been enjoying a little bit of outdoor time. It's been doing me well. Actually been getting outside every day and feeling pretty good about it. It is amazing how much that little burst from even a short workout every day will actually motivate you to just get a lot more done. The day seems to last longer. I seem to have more time in it. These are all obvious things to people that are even remotely healthy. Less obvious to people like me who are constantly unhealthy. Completely Fucked Glove is the name of my Men Without Hats tribute band, or, as they're known today, Men Without Jobs. We can dance if you want to. We can leave your friends behind. Is there such a... Does anyone in the world have a Men Without Hats tribute band? There probably someone does. Probably someone somewhere does. I don't know who, but probably. You know, Nash, I'm pretty happy with it. We're about to do some size comparisons because I assembled 3 different sizes of it. Oh, thank you very much for saying so, Runic. I gotta do some more poses for it, and I gotta do a little bit of final detailing on it. But I got to a point where I wanted to test out the sizing, because I'm making all the ball joints across all these models identical. Oh, I should have shown that I could do that, but I just glued on all the arms. As long as all the ball joints are identical, you can actually swap the torsos and arms from different models, so you can put the arms from the De Tomaso onto the Pioneer, and vice versa. And I did that earlier, and it's kind of fucking hilarious. It looks like when people take those, like videos of birds and they draw little stick figure arms on them, that's what it looks like. So yes, for size comparison, let's start off. Moving to a new house. Oh, nice. In a rubberized plastic, yes, that would be Cyocast. So that's one of the newer ones. I can dig it. That is the first thing that's tempted me to try out the Batman miniature game again. Cyocast is a wonderful, wonderful material. Metal is less so. So here we have the 120% sized Pioneer next to the De Tomaso, and it's just a little too large. It's significantly bulkier, and I mean it definitely is, because you can see how bent its legs are. Like, it's supposed to be hunching down somewhat, and it's the same height. Yeah, so that one's too big. Now we're gonna go in Goldilocks order here, because now we're gonna try the one that is at native size, which I think is just a little too small. Yeah, I don't think that's quite the answer. Because they are supposed to be the same tonnage, and this one just seems a little lighter, a little slighter. Alright, so now we're gonna go with the 10% boost, the one that I'm pretty sure is just right. That's better, isn't it? That seems about right, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, 10%'s gonna be it. But this is why I want to do this sizing now, is because I need to adjust the size of the ball joint so that they match across both, because right now this one would be slightly smaller. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, God! Excuse me. His head is jutting forward, but, you know, you don't want to... You still want it to... The leg thickness to match up somewhat, and this is kind of just about right. Much wider hips. Sewer Creature, there is literally no rush on what I asked you to do, buddy. Not at all. And let's do a little other mech comparison just to make ourselves happy. As we can go ahead and compare it to, and this is the 10% boost, the one I'm pretty sure I'm going with. But compare it to the Battlemaster. And it's when you see it next to the bigger mechs that I think the size of it really starts to come into focus. Because it's still a nice little light mech, and that's what it should look like. Next to something like the Battlemaster that's big and hefty. What the fuck am I listening to? Don't play this anymore. Don't do that. Whatever the hell that is. Gray Mail, welcome in. Forever Night, have an original metal atlas somewhere. Ooh, you should dig that bad boy out. Yeah, I'm liking this. Alright, let's compare it to a medium mech. The classic Dougram Shadowhawk. That really does seem just about right, doesn't it? Medium to light. Oh, thank you for saying so, Voxel Forge. I think that's pretty good. Bearing in mind that this will be, like, they both have slightly bent legs, but the legs on this guy are very, very bent in this posture. So his actual height, the top of the SRM, is going to be coming up to about the same height as the Hawk itself. But I think the leg size seems about right. And the cockpit size seems about right for a 6mm person. Yeah, you know, anytime that happens, Valandar, you know what I do is I go, there's a lot of empty space. There are parts that are hollow. This is personally my favorite part. I got a little bit of a mess on this print. I need to clean up how the nozzles print, but I just love how the back of this thing is. It's just an array of fucking rocket engines. It's complete nonsense. Forever Knight, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I also think it works really well with the cylindrical SRM launcher perched right on top there. Well, let's go with the 100% size and let's see what that looks like next to the Hawk, too. Let's give it a chance. It's not that much. Yeah, it's not quite there, is it? I think the 10% is just right. Alright, so too big, too small, just right. That came out nice. I might try a 5% Radio Santi. Since we've dialed it in this much, I'll probably print off one that's just a 5% boost. Just because, I mean, it only takes about 4 hours on my printer. I can have it done tonight. And that'll just, you know, set my mind at ease. I think the cockpit actually came out really nice. I like the little asymmetrical design in there. I like the little antenna, the little mohawk. The extra little designs that he put into the neck. Jungle Plague did a good job on this design overall, and we corrected the proportions quite a bit to get it where it is. Now, we are going to also have, I've decided in this set, we're going to have a version of it where the cockpit canopy has swung open, and the interior pilot compartment is visible, complete with control panels and seat and everything. Because we can, I've done that on a number of others, on like my Shadowhawk, on my Battlemaster. I have versions of them you can print where it's open, so you can have a version of it that's like in a hangar, or kneeling and dismounted out in the field. So it makes less sense to include that for the De Tomaso, just because like all it has is a little hatch. It doesn't have like a full canopy that swings open, but this one we can have the full canopy swung open and show actually quite a lot of detail inside. So you can take one of these and put it in your in the hangar, you know, just hanging out, if you will. Put it in the repair bay. You know, any number of neat things. So like 4 months away, don't remind me of how much work I have to do, Bahamut. Good God. I'm glad you think so, Warwolf. So I'm going to set these other two aside. These testers that didn't quite come out. Yeah, this one was definitely way too big. As soon as I printed it, I was like, it looks neat, but it's like... That's no light mech. Goddamn. I mean, it is the same amount of time, Radio Santi. I mean, I guess I might as well. You're not wrong. Alright, this is our final version. I'm going to put him back there. How you doing, by the way, Bahamut? It's good to see you. Put my other sort of light mechs away for the moment. Need a Jenner version where the cockpit has been shot out? I mean, that's not hard to do either. Hey, okay is better than bad. I'll take okay. Alright. What do I need here? I'm gonna take a little bit of Pro Acryl Orange. I've got myself a little Earl Grey with lavender and lemon. Just lovely. Just lovely. Orange is going to be to dry brush on my exposed rebar. On my scatter. I'm going to let that sit and thicken for a moment before I actually do that. In the meantime, I got to start applying some base colors for the more colorful parts of these urban bases, so we might as well get going with that right now. And let's see, what am I going to use? I am going to need to start with a good base for yellow, which I'm thinking I might go with burnt sienna, make it look kind of dirty, and then build up some yellow on top of that. That seems like an idea, doesn't it? Why do I keep doing that? I have a very nice paint mixer. Got a Doom wheel you took apart to be able to paint easier. Nice. That's one of the Skaven vehicles. Yeah? It's just, it's you know, force of habit, I guess. And we're going to do a little bit of mahogany for this manhole cover. And I need a blue. Let's go with some of our dark gray blue here. The Skaven rat wheel with the lightning projectors. I really, the Skaven are the one force, the one faction in Age of Sigmar that tickles me a little bit. Tickles me just a little bit. By the way, did I...
When watching Thunderhead's stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
Is that where we're going? You want a mixer cam, you maniac? I'm going to try my hand at an aerospace fighter. I don't know. We will... I have been talking with Jungle Plague about doing, not necessarily an aerospace fighter, but a drop chopper based on the Maverick from Fang of the Sun Dugram. Alright, I'll do that and that. Base for a red, maybe? Or no, a base for more of a white, then I'll just use one of these grays. Could do green. I don't know. Let's do the other ones first. Well, because for a while I've wanted to make a version of it where, because the Maverick Chopper has those intermeshed, like counter-rotating rotors, and then it locks onto the shoulders of medium battle mechs. So I could do a version and then just use my files, so you can have a version where like a Shadowhawk is clipped up into it being carried by its shoulders, or a Griffin or something like that. That could be kind of cool. I could see that being a neat thing to print. Back 40 Gamer, 6 months. Wow, has it really been that long? Back 40, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. Welcome to the stream. Did I say hello to Joe FTGM, by the way? I don't know that I did. I can't remember doing it, so we're just going to say it again. Joe, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, that's what I need, Nash. That'd be great. Okay. Well, let's get started laying down a couple of base tones here. Start with all these guys over here. Yeah, I do want the heavy blue-gray. That's what I want. This should be enough for my base colors. Actually, might be too bright. It might be too bright. Touch of blue-black. Not much, just a touch. We used it last time. It looked really good. Back to the paint desk.
I'm always speaking of mania. Mania is what keeps us moving forward.
There we go. I'm gonna have to do more of these bases in the near future. But this first set, I'm gonna try not to linger on too long. Let's thin down our bases a little bit. Give them each a couple of drops. Go. Yeah, that's pretty good. Blue-gray and blue-black. What do you know? They even out pretty nicely. Rich blue. This is the mahogany. And finally sienna. Okay. Do the sienna on the parts that I'm going to turn yellowish. And then anything that I'm going to turn whitish is going to get our blue-black and blue-gray combo. Bit here on this raised line. I kind of overdid that a bit, but a wash will sort that out. That's just fine. Being pretty sloppy with it. Alright, there's one. Ever get around to trying Mars Black versus Charcoal? No, I still haven't. Bahamut. I hadn't thought of it when I had the opportunity, but thank you for reminding me, because I have been meaning to test them out against each other. Merlin, thank you for the reminder. What's everybody working on tonight? Y'all got any projects in the works? Anybody else prepping some stuff for Adepticon? If so, what is it? And can I play with it? You know, in March, I mean. Powering through more writing than usual, that's a good thing. Always glad to hear you're being productive. 75mm Bard I printed several months ago. I have way too many things that I printed way too long ago. I feel your pain on that one. Painting a big old owl bear for a local art expo. Working on feathers. Ooh, that's pretty exciting. How big an owl bear are we talking about? I'm doing quite well myself, Voxel Forge. Thank you for asking. I hope everybody else is having a decent start to their week. At a minimum, it can often be hard to tell just how things are going to go on a mere Tuesday. But regardless, I hope things are looking up. How's your own work going, Voxel Forge? I keep an eye on that Instagram. You've been up to a lot lately. Recently got back into miniature 28mm based painting, D&D dioramas, and scenery. Nice! We got a couple of new people today, so I feel I should probably mention that we absolutely love to see your work here on the stream, to the point that we do a little thing every stream towards the end known as the Storm Report, where you can share some of your art if you would like us to show it, if you would like us to see it, if you just want to show off, if you're looking for some feedback, if you're looking for some tips, or if you're just proud of something you've done. And if you feel like participating, let me tell you, it's so super easy to do. All you gotta do is jump on over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access by hitting !Discord right here in chat, or by hitting the button down below my face there that says Discord. Pop into the channel that says the Storm Report. Check out the rules real quick. Think about them for just a minute, then go ahead and post something for us to take a look at. We'll show it towards the end of the stream. And like I said, you can include a tag if you're looking for some feedback, if you're looking for some advice. I'm always happy to give it. If you're just real happy with something you've done, that's fine, too. We love seeing your art. Bunch of projects I need to prime and base coat, or base. Oof. Or layer steps on other models. I feel your pain, Bahamut. I do too many things at once, too. Try not to fret about it. Just keep working. Whole model's like 6 inches tall. Ooh, boy. Shadowmink's Hobbies just finished an engineering exam. Dude, congratulations. I mean, I don't know how well you've done on it, obviously, but congratulations on finishing one way or the other. I always like finishing exams. I always tell myself afterwards, well, you know, it's in the hands of the gods now. Technically, it's in the hands of whether or not I studied, but at that point, it doesn't do me any good to worry about it, so. I tend to write it off. Super low. Currently fighting with removing excessively fused FDM supports from some 16mm shooter boys. To be able to play with Slapchop without doing it on a model I care about. Amish Stig. I'm sorry to hear that. Have you tried, Amish Stig, have you ever tried printing with support interfacing? It is a setting that absolutely changed my life when it comes to FDM printing. It takes a little bit of calibration, but once you do it, supports just pop off like nothing. Save the blue step on these, because on a few it needs done after the yellow. Thought I was using them, but that might have been before a nuke it and restart process. You always just check in your Cura settings. Support interfacing is wonderful though, and if you do have to calibrate them, I recommend starting with a Z-gap of 0.3 millimeters and then adjust from there. That's usually where I land. Your mileage may vary. Naturally. What are you doing these bases up for? So these are going to be used with, I intend to take Cyberpunk Red Combat Zone to Adepticon, whether they deliver my Kickstarter or not. If I have to use the print and play rules, by God, I'm gonna do it, because I was going to print a bunch of my own models anyway for variety. So I've got a bunch of Cyberpunk models printed up that are gonna go on these bases. I'm probably also going to use this style of base for some Infinity figures. I know Infinity's all futury, but I like my futures kind of dreary. I don't know what to tell you. Dr. Rhino, that is fucking magnificent. You know what, right now? That's perfect. I am the fucking sweat potato right now, my man. I'm living the fucking dream. Also, saw the emotes, love them. Profoundly jealous. Really nice work. Solid interface, 2 layers thick. Z-gap is much closer. Yeah, try 0.3 and see how that does ya. Test it on something you don't care too much about, because for me, 0.3 just pops right off.
Thunder Booty's 2 layers thick.
That's just 2 layers of dead ass. Non-fungible. We've been over this.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
That just immediately made me think of that meme that was going around a little while ago. We need one that's like, oh fuck, you're gonna make me glorb.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
We need to get Chaotic Harmony doing something other than just streaming that terrible Foxhole game. We need him back.
There's something about Canopian catgirls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Or maybe it's just my allergies.
Maybe it's just my allergies. Speaking of that, holy crap. I had Hethria here over the weekend, and allergies were kicking up like crazy. I think it was just because we had a windstorm and everything's so fucking dry, but still, it's awful. Wait, what's a dog shit game? Oh, yeah, the, what's it even called? Foxhole? I really, like, I don't want to say it's a bad game. It is a game that caters to a very specific sort of player that I am not. So I can't really say it's bad. I can just say I literally never want to play it again. I would rather be punched in the testicles by a dwarf repeatedly for a 12-hour period than ever play that game again. I'm not an idiot. I said a dwarf. Because he'd probably be weak. And it might not be all that bad, and he has a small fist. It's a meme that people build bases several times, spelling using spawn points. Dog shit. Oh, wow, really? Even the people who play it know. Well, that's depressing. Oh my god, I would love to meet Peter Dinklage. Please send him to my house. He seems like such a good dude. Speaking of Peter Dinklage in a show that he's not in, is anybody else watching House of the Dragon? The finale for Season 1 was on this last Sunday. And, like, guys, it's really good. I say this as someone who absolutely loathes Game of Thrones from Season 5 onward. Like, as soon as Tywin Lannister dies, like, I'm out. But this season of House of the Dragon is really good. Right, Joe? Like, it left off in like, the perfect spot. No spoils. No spoils. But the look on Aemon's face, which is just like, oh no. Like, I imagine he's thinking right there, oh, Season 2 is going to be a shit show. Oh, fuck. So what have I done? You don't need to, Crossbow. Like, if you ditched Game of Thrones, but you want any fantasy at all, I highly recommend picking up House of the Dragon. You don't really need to know anything to dig into it. In fact, it's probably better if you don't know what's going to happen. The risk I took was calculated, but shit, am I bad at math? Yeah. It was the first time his character hasn't been smirking, and it was beautiful. Even I gave a little bit of a ooh when he takes off the eye patch and he has a sapphire in his eye socket. I'm like, oh, damn, bro. Damn. Don't think I've seen 6 through 8 of GOT. Skip them. They're terrible. They're terrible. I didn't hear... You know what, Roland? Damon Lindelof, I have learned, was not the problem with Lost. Damon Lindelof is a perfectly competent writer. I have thoroughly enjoyed at least 2 shows that he's watched. Or that he's written. The Leftovers and Watchmen were both, in my opinion, phenomenal. So I say bring it on. I've been sort of halting any recommendations of watching House of the Dragon until the first season is over, because I just kept saying, like, it still has a chance to shit the bed. Give it time. But with the first season in the rearview mirror and over now, I like it from beginning to end. I think the ending is fantastic. The ending even it calls back a line from a character from earlier in the season. He says it very early on in the show, and you don't really think much about it, and then the very ending of it calls that back, and you're like, oh, well, maybe he had a point. Oh, shit, okay. I need more space westerns. I mean, shit, don't we all? We haven't had that many. Like, in total. You need building materials, and it takes like 4 minutes per spawn, so to spell dog shit game is the better part of an afternoon. Yeah, that's like, when I tried the game and I realized, oh, this game is a job. Like, if I want to do well in this game, if I want to have fun, I'm going to have to devote a huge amount of time to playing it. No. Pass. Moving on. If that's what you want to do, like, that's fine. I won't judge you for it much. Maybe a little bit. I am loath to directly compare Rings of Power and House of the Dragon because, yes, they're both high-budget fantasy shows, but they're also very, very different shows trying to do very, very different things. I enjoyed watching both of them. If you asked me straight to my face which one is the better show, I think House of the Dragon's the better show. Now that said, I still do like Rings of Power. But as I said, it's very different. It scratches a very different itch. Personally, I'm so starved for fantasy television in general that I'm just happy to have two. A lot of people are watching it, Nash. I've heard nothing but good things about it. I'm personally not watching it, but I really haven't heard anybody have a bad thing to say about it so far. That's the most I can say. And I think anybody who frequents this stream knows my feelings on Star Wars at the moment, so I'm not going to bore you with it anymore, because frankly, I bore myself with it these days. Tobean Lord, welcome in. Good to see you. Shadow Minx, I know, right? I know. Chose to waste time in a video game if a game demands it. I go like, fuck, back off, you needy bitch. Yeah, right? Like, and I don't rip on people for wanting to spend a lot of time in video games. We're all at different places in our lives. We all have different amounts of time. We all get entertainment from different things. Chaotic Harmony is working. I know his significant other is working. When he gets time off, he likes to play that game. It makes him feel accomplished. Go for it, buddy. You're just not going to drag me in. Out of your damn mind if you think I'm getting into that nonsense. What color should I do these tiles? I guess I could do them in white. The colors I'm generally going with here are red. I'm thinking I'm going to do this band here in red. And I was thinking maybe yellow, but I'm doing a lot of yellow on different features, so maybe white? I'm not doing that much white. I heard needy bitch, so I arrived at the right time. Speaking of needy bitches, what's up, Walter's Workshop? 21 months, my god, where does the time go? How you doing today, man? That sounds positive. I think most of the people that say bad things about it probably haven't seen it. That's something that's important to bear in mind, Nash. Oh wait, you're talking about Andor. Yeah, I mean, I think it's positive. Rings of Power for me is like a lot of people decided they hated that show before the show came out. And it has, like, if I had to be harsh on Rings of Power, it's not like amazing. It's got some kind of cringe moments, it's got some bad dialogue, but overall it's fun and it's exciting and it's well produced and it's got some good performances that I really like. And if you just enjoy fantasy shows, like, it's really not bad enough. You know what it is? It's better than The Hobbit. It's fucking better than The Hobbit. And there are plenty of people out there who like The Hobbit. How you been, Walter's Workshop? When does Dark Tide come out? I don't have the beta. Okay, so not long. Yeah, I would also agree that Rings of Power... I think that Rings of Power is a good binge watch, like just consume it all at once. I think House of the Dragon is a better stretched out watch because the characters are a lot more in depth. You know what? I'm gonna give you guys the best recommendation, the most honest recommendation I can give for House of the Dragon, okay? I care about the majority of the main cast and the secondary cast. I understand their motivations, and even when they do things that I disagree with, I grasp why they made that decision from their perspective. That doesn't seem like that would be high praise for a show. But if you watch a lot of television, you know that that's pretty high praise these days. Somebody does a thing and you're like, oh, I understand why they did that, because these things happened and because this is what their goals and their motivations are. And unfortunately, yeah, that is high praise these days. Oh, the Hobbit movies were awful. Yeah, I struggled to enjoy those at all. I don't think I finished watching the last one. I got to the part where there was a CGI dwarf on a CGI ram, and I was like, I'm out. I'm good. I'm done. Just acrylics tonight. Keeping it simple. Unexpected, they have their place, my friend. Walter, I think that that's a fair assessment. And I think that An Unexpected Journey, the first Hobbit movie, it did have some things to enjoy in it. And it reminds me of Star Wars The Force Awakens, where I recognized that I was capable of enjoying it more because the open-ended nature of it left potential. I was like, well, this was a problem, this was a problem, this was fun, but we'll see where they're going with it. As long as the next few movies are good, I'll like this one. It's just the next few movies weren't good. And that sucks. I went into House of the Dragon expecting it to suck, and it's actually like really, really good though. So I'm telling people because I think a lot of people are really burnt out by what happened to Game of Thrones and aren't really willing to give it a chance. But it's a really well put together show. And Paddy Considine, who plays King King Viserys the Peaceful, his performance in that show is so fucking good. Like, holy crap, he gets a whole episode that's just nothing but him just acting people's faces clean off, and it is a joy. Ooh, guns, guns, guns. Rubik's Cube. Welcome in, man. Probably having to watch a commercial. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Rubik's Cube, I hope you had a good stream, my friend. Somehow, Palpatine returned. If you don't play Fortnite, you don't even know that much. Still can't believe that happened. Like, I know it happened. Objectively, I know it happened, and I still, like, can't believe that it happened, you know? Oh, bear in mind, Sehul, that this paint is quite thin. The Thief games are great. Ooh, I love those. I love those. What video game isn't made better with more guns? Oh, the Thief games. I see. I see the progression of statements here. Yeah, that's probably true. In the Thief games, you just need the sap, you know? And then the arrows with the various tips on them. Weirdly enough, though, the fact that Palpatine returned was still one of the best things about the movie, because, just watching Ian McDiarmid play the Emperor is one of the greatest pleasures you can get out of Star Wars. Rubik's Cube, I hope you had a good stream. What were you up to? I am gonna do yellow for these tiles. Maybe red. Why not? This is the amount of paint and the thickness that I use for, like, base coating.
When it comes to paint, he's down with the thickness.
Or as our podcast is known, down to suck. That is what that stands for, right? Because if it's not, I'm out. It's something that you do enough of it, and you're gonna develop your own ratios. It's always hard to tell people exactly how to thin their paints, because it's like, just keep doing it and keep feeling it, and eventually it'll make sense to you. I've heard people say, like, it should be about the consistency of skim milk. I haven't really found that all that helpful myself. Some paints thin differently as well, you're not wrong. It really just, you kind of eyeball it. And hope for the best. Every pigment behaves a little bit different, yeah. The problem, Green Fairy, is that so often people, particularly when they're new, they're looking for that magic bullet, you know? They're looking for that paint by numbers, that this is what you do, which is often why, like paint brands like Citadel actually succeed really well. Is because a lot of people will teach you how to just paint with Citadel paints, given their consistency. But if you want to actually learn to paint well, it's kind of like, well, learn to use the paint that you've chosen. And it sucks having to give that answer, too, which is kind of like, well, it depends. Kind of feel it out, kind of test it. See what you like, see what you don't like. The best way to learn how to paint, though, is to just kind of keep painting things. Just keep going. Except that you're gonna have some that don't look great in the beginning, and the more you do, the more you're gonna learn how you like to do it. Take criticism from other people, put your work out there to be seen. There is no magic bullet. Now there is, like, the Citadel painting method, the paint by numbers approach, which is why a lot of people wind up doing that. And I don't blame them, because they don't really want to. And I don't mean that as a pejorative thing, like, oh, they don't want to learn the art form. It's like, no, they don't. They have a life. They got shit to do. They've got you got a job. They got significant others. They have other hobbies. Painting is not a major component of their personality. They just want to play the damn game. I get that. So I'll never rag on somebody for not wanting to get all that in depth and going with the simplest answers. Exactly, Rubik's Cube. Exactly. Put your workout to be seen. What are you talking about?
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 4. Thunderhead slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there. He knew that. But he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. Oh, I suppose I need more paint, he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
Agony. How you doing, El Fire Spray? It's always good to see you. How's your evening? Life. What is
Welcome
that?
back to 50 Shades of Cold Gray, Chapter 5. Thunderhead smiled as he held 2 brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for 2 brushes, 1 paint pot.
That is the dumbest fucking joke. Rhino, put it down. Rhino. Rhino, don't do it. Rhino, you have so much to paint for. A lot of the time, like, the more you thin it, the less precise you actually have to be, which is kind of what's nice about thinning your paint down a whole fucking lot. Each individual layer doesn't affect things that much, it'll just help blend your color into the surrounding areas. So you don't have to be super precise, you don't have to break yourself off over it. Not at all, El. You've been doing a lot of work. You've been doing a bit of this and a bit of that. Content creation can eat up a lot of time. I'm just happy to see you every now and then. Groovy. God damn, I love Army of Darkness. That's a great movie. Yep. And honestly, Peanut, some of the best advice I ever got from a close friend of mine when I was trying to get good at painting and I was trying to be super precise was, stop it. Paint sloppy. If you use the right techniques, if you pay attention to your color choices, you can paint sloppy and do some damn good paint jobs. Brush control comes with time. And if you thin things really well, you don't have to worry about being all that precise, because again, every individual stroke
just
won't
go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
We're not. I only recently learned, and I'm a little ashamed of this, that Army of Darkness was originally going to be titled The Medieval Dead, which is like just a way better title. But I guess the producers were, like, strangely set against it actually being associated with the Evil Dead films. They wanted it to be like its own thing, even though it literally makes no sense without the previous Evil Dead movies. Speaking of the Medieval Dead, really, I believe the man who showed me Army of Darkness the first time, Supernod, how you doing, man? Welcome in. I'm fairly sure that I first saw literally any of the Evil Dead movies thanks to you, man. That and like Lord of Illusions when I was like 10 years old. So, you know, thanks for that, I guess. Thanks for the fucking therapy bill, asshole. I don't give a shit about crypt ghouls, zombies, all this fancy shit. Just give me a lot of skeletons. Sewer creature, I'm with you, man. I played Wykar in Rune Wars, and I love their Ray Harryhausen, goofy-ass, cackling skeleton asses. There you go. There you go, Peanut. You're not going to notice the sloppiness. Dude, paint sloppy for a while, and then if you want to refine as you do more, do it then. But don't... The one thing I really want to impress, particularly on you having seen a lot of your painting, don't get caught up trying to be super precise on everything, man. Just paint. Just paint. Just paint more. Just keep fucking going. Accept that they're going to be sloppy for a little while. Embrace the sloppiness. Learn to work with colors. Learn to work with contrast and have fun with it. But don't get inside your own head. And don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Because perfect, that's a long way off, my man. Oh yeah, Shadow Minx, did you... Shadow Minx, you finished Season 1 of House of the Dragon?
There's a sight for sore bones.
I love all the skeletons in Army of Darkness. They're fucking hilarious. For anybody who has finished House of the Dragon Season 1, I just have to point out, I'm sorry, but was that Lord Zach Galifianakis Baratheon in Storm's End? What the fuck was that? Like, he looked and acted like Zach Galifianakis. It was bizarre. And I'm pretty sure he couldn't read. Oh, okay, you're painting the Baratheons for the Song of Ice and for that game. That miniature game's actually really good, and I like the Baratheon models with all their stag heraldry and shit. Army of Darkness and Lord of what? Lord of Illusions. Not even a particularly memorable movie, but I saw it young because of you. So congratulations. Lord Boros Baratheon between two ferns. Between two maesters. Oh, joy. Okay, next step. Let's start doing a wee little bit of yellow, why don't we? Ooh, actually. Want those set for a few. And I let this orange dry too long, so we're going to go with some fresh orange, but that's fine. And let's see what this does with a little bit of the dry brush. What the fuck I was thinking last time doing these rusty metal parts. I started putting like blue on them because I'm out of my damn mind. But we're just gonna come in and do some orange over top of that. Yeah, I think that's a little better. That's looking more like rusty metal and rebar to me. Go get you some dinner. Good God. Please remember to eat. Just as long as I wasn't the only one who saw that guy and immediately thought of Zach Galifianakis, because that was fucking weird. People who aren't Zach G shouldn't act like Zach G. People shouldn't have Zach G be like the leader of an important house during a time of war. That's what we've learned. Oh, Shadow Minx, thank you for the reminder. Dude, Supernaut, absolutely. I've already got a lot of those files done up, so let me know. Sewer Creature, also thank you for the reminder. You catch me slouching. Tornlin, got the Lannister Stark starter set. Have yet to paint a single of those miniatures or play a game. Also, hello, Tornlin. If it influences you in any way, I'm a big fan of like actual rules in tabletop games. I love the models. I paint more of the models than I play the games, but I really pay attention to rule sets. And the rules for A Song of Ice and Fire are genuinely really fucking good. It is a cleverly put together game with a lot of different ways to win any given match. I think it's one of the best rank and flank fantasy games on the market right now, and thankfully it has more to do with the books than it does have anything to do with the show. So it's worth digging into. If you've got the models and you've got somebody to play with locally, just get a quick paint job down on those bad boys and go out and play some games. I think you'll agree. Yeah, right, Walter? It's genuinely a really good game. I like how they implement the non-warrior characters, too. There's, like, you know, political characters. There's different versions of each character, so you can have, like, Tyrion Lannister as a soldier on the field or sort of acting in a political sense behind things, and they occupy different spaces on the sideboard that influence different resources in the swing of the game. So you get to play with, you know, all your favorite characters in meaningful and interesting ways that aren't forced. It's a good one, Al. Like, I was really, really impressed with it when I had the chance to play it. If I had more local people who played, I would probably pick up, like Stannis Baratheon and the whatchamacallits. What are the fire people called? I can't remember now. You know, the one led by the hot red lady. For the night is dark and full of boners. Those ones. Crispy. There you go. Can I kill the Night King as a teenage girl when playing this game? No, Supernaut is based on the books and not on the show, so it doesn't have an ending. I'm trying really hard to forget that happened, damn it, because House of the Dragon's a good show. You're killing me. Azukar Gaia, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. And it never will. You're probably right. You're probably right, because fucking George Martin. Because we gave him all the money already. That was our mistake, folks. You have to make them finish the fucking series before you give them the money. I hope we've learned that now. You want the Baratheon box? Only opened mine once and I'm not going to use it. How much you want? How much you want? Actually, if you're really looking to get rid of it, hit me up on Discord DMs. We'll talk. I mean, you know, the last thing I need to do is acquire more models right now, but it's not like acquiring more models is going to make my problem much worse, so... They're not specifically the Brothers Without Banners. They're the... whatever the red religion is called. I can't remember now. It's been so long. Do the White Walkers have skeletons, and can I join them? I don't think you can play as the White Walkers, though you can play as the Free Men of the North, and you can get, like, giants and mammoths. You can play as the Golden Company and do more in the game than they ever did in the show. You can play as, not specifically as Ashai, but there is sort of an Eastern mercenary faction, and I know that you can get, like, Grey Worm as a leader, and you can use the Unsullied. Brotherhood of Light? Yeah, something like that target number. How you doing, Squeezel? It's good to see you. I don't think they have necessarily models for the Brotherhood Without Banners yet, Joe, but I think they're talking about it. Well, it was the guy who had one eye and the flaming sword, like, they don't have him as a character yet. They worship the Lord of Light. There we go. But there are, like, different versions of each character. Like, you can do, Jaime Lannister when he had both of his hands, or after he's missing one hand, and you can do him as Kingsguard. Like, they just sort of meld all the eras together, which is pretty cool. You can sort of pick and choose your favorite parts of the story to represent. And the gameplay is genuinely high quality. Thoros of Mir. Yes, thank you, Joe. Wombat Combat Prime, 16 months. And a tip-tat to you as well, sir. Wombat, how you doing today, man? Welcome in. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for the sub, but more than anything, thank you for being here. It's always wonderful to see you. Rahlor. Yeah, that's the fire god, I guess. Ugh, clanners. They just dropped the Martells, so I'm really considering getting back into it. That's my favorite house. I really do like the Baratheons. Just their style with the stag helmets and the hammers as their primary weapon. Like, that's kind of cool. They have a shocking number of models for that game for how long it's been out. I don't strictly disagree, Sewer Creature. I think Rhino would agree too. Have Pizza playing as Renly Baratheon because I like being different. Renly as the... Wait. Which one's the Knight of Flowers? Renly was the one who was banging the Knight of Flowers. I can't remember who the Knight of Flowers was, though. Why are we hating on clanners now? Oh my god, Joe, you don't know. Joe, I'm so sorry. We're 30-25 Inner Sphere boys around these parts. Clanners go home. You're okay, Joe. We're not gonna come at you, but I'm not a big clan fan myself. I'm very Inner Sphere oriented. Throw a wash on that. Fucking Sewer Creature.
I don't know what it's called. I just know the sound it makes when it takes a man's life.
Oh, Merlin, thank you for the reminder. Oh, that makes sense, Joe. Yeah, for me at least, I had been embroiled in the Battletech universe prior to the MechWarrior games that focused as much as they did on the clans. But yeah, if you got into it with the MechWarrior games, it's hardly a surprise given the focus that they received. We're fine. We are fine with the Magistracy, Shadow Minx. Just fine. I'm a Merrick man myself. We trade with the Magistracy all the time. I mean, you know, we also war with them about as much as we war with ourselves and literally everyone else. Clan Ratma. I could see it. I could see it, Sewer Creature. I think IS is stale, so I went the ways of the filthy clanner. Well, I mean, you know, you are entitled to be as objectively wrong as you wish to be, ultimately, Joe. That's hardly my job. Hardly my job to fix that. You say stale, I say noble and rich with tradition. Yeah, we can't lose a war if we're fighting ourselves. I'm playing both sides, that way I always come out on top. Goddamn, Pro Acryl dry brushes so fucking nicely, it's ridiculous. On to the big barriers. Let me go eat and think about what banner I should erect for my meat mechs. Oh, sewer creature. Truly, the things that you say occasionally nauseate and upset me. It's not specifically why we keep you around, but it's certainly a feature of your existence. Tried their BN brushes. They dropped like a month ago. Pro Acryls? I have not tried anything of theirs other than paint. Look at that, though. That goes on so nice. Oh, God. What? Oh. Why do I ever ask you anything? You'd think I'd know better by now. Because they dropped. Because the nuts, they dropped. Yeah, no, I get it. Trust me, I get it. I just agreed to host a podcast with this man. This is what I'm in for at least the next year. I'm staying in a room with him at Adepticon. Not quite Wiley Cliff. I wanted to come back and redo the rebar before we lay in with, because I think next is gonna be graffiti, and then I think that okay. So I have to do the rebar, I have to do a little bit of light weathering, right? Then graffiti, then some more weathering, right? Because there would be some weathering from the environment, and then some people would put down some graffiti, and then there'd be some more weathering over it. That seems like the perfect order to me. But we are continuing. We took a little break from this to work on some mechs, so I'm just getting back into this now. Okay, that spot is too small to really dry brush into, unfortunately, but that's okay. I think I'll live. Oh, it was. Oh, it was a mistake. Puck Duncher, oh my god, 24 months. Dropping them Bezos bucks. Puck Duncher, how have you been? It's always a pleasure to see you when you have the opportunity to drop in and say hi to us. Oh, we're gonna do the fly. Yeah, I've actually got a few fun ideas for graffiti. I've also been, as I drive around Denver, I've been taking pictures of actual graffiti. Just stupid shit that I'm just gonna try to kind of replicate. New job? Fuck yeah. I'm glad things have been going well for you. It's always good to see you check in. Oh, I'm gonna bring a fucking cork, Nash. I'm gonna go full grizzly on his ass. We're just gonna plug that shit right up. Oh, thank you, Elle. I think it's coming together nicely. I feel like I nailed the concrete texture in the modeling phase, so all I've had to do so far is dry brushing. I'm gonna do some streaking next, and then I'm gonna lay in some graffiti. It was, I don't remember whose suggestion it was now, and I feel like an asshole, but it was somebody who was watching while I was doing the sculpting who was like, hey, you should put rebar in there, and it turned out to be the best fucking idea. So Rubik's Cube, this is really for essentially any game in which this sort of dirty urban aesthetic can work, which, I mean, honestly, you could use this for 40k, you could use this for virtually anything that's even semi-futuristic. I am making it for and intend to use it with Cyberpunk Red Combat Zone, but it's very likely I'm going to use it with a number of game systems. It's going to be a part of a released STL set called Trinity City Streets. Yes, Shadow Minx, yes. The answer is definitely yes. These are resin. The detail is, like, you could probably print these in FDM. I think you'd lose a lot of the vertical rebar, probably. It wouldn't really matter too much. You'd lose a lot of the texture. Like, you could still do it and get the primary details to come out. Yeah, like, it would be tricky in FDM. These are designed primarily for resin printing. White Wolf! Blah, blah, blah. I made him read that. Technically, I chose. Technically, I hate to be that guy, I chose to read that, White Wolf. But thank you so, so much for the Bezos bucks hitting that 30-month mark. White Wolf, how are you today? How goes the project desk? And a very good evening to you as well, Asri. I believe I'm alive? I believe I'm alive. I'm not going to continue that. I regret even doing that. Oh, I had an opportunity there with the Dirty Urban to make a Carl Urban joke, and I didn't do it. Ah, shit. I gotta be more clever, guys. Gotta pay more attention. Yeah, breathe deep, Rhino. Flare them nostrils. Let it in. Let it in. Like slipping into a warm bath. Desk is going more or less well. With most of the space back today, hopefully the rest tomorrow. Joys of sorting out paints. Yeah, I was lurking in in Teal Sakiri's stream last night, so I heard you talking about that. I do still think it's a little bit funny that, like, if you go online and look for STLs for Cyberpunk terrain, you're gonna find lots of stuff with glowing hexagons and crazy futuristic this, that, and the other thing, and light-up signs and super futuristic tech panels all over the place, and then I'm like, I gotta make some Cyberpunk stuff. What am I gonna do? Broken pieces of concrete with twisted rebar sticking out. Like, that's just... is much more my concept of Cyberpunk. Slightly futuristic, mostly fucked up. The Detroit collection, right? We're talking about New Detroit, right? We're talking about Delta City, huh? Would make great Fallout terrain. Yeah, it would be good for that too, you're right. You know, you're not wrong, White Wolf, you're not wrong. Because I don't want to do that shit either. Doesn't even need to be the underbelly. I feel like the whole point of the future dystopia is that the nice-looking parts are fewer and fewer and fewer and higher, and the majority of it just looks like fucking trash. Because that characterizes a dystopia to me. The people who are really living there are living in squalor. We'll call it the Alex J. Murphy collection. Of course, literally none of my clips work. I'm gonna push the button and it's not gonna do it. Damn it. Alright, I'm gonna use my mouse. Because admittedly, it was it was shit like this that 100% set my conception of dystopian cyberpunk as a child.
Your move, creep.
Just wonderful. I'm sorry, trigger warning, dick shooting. Should I play it? Should I play it, chat? I have another scene from RoboCop. It's the extended cut. And it's Paul Verhoeven just having so much fun with squibs. It's one of the greatest shots that has ever been in any movie ever, but I'm cautioning everyone in the stream. It is violent. It is quite violent. So if you really, really get squeamish with violence, even over-the-top kind of cartoonish violence, look away for 30 seconds or so. But I am gonna play it because it's fucking amazing.
You now have 15 seconds to comply. You are in direct violation of Penal Code 113.
Oh, poor Mr. Kinney.
You now have 5 seconds to comply. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
Authorize to use physical force.
Okay, it's not actually the extended cut. I don't think that even I have my limits. I have my limits. There is a cut of that is a good 10 seconds longer, and it's nothing but Kinney exploding on the table. That, to me, that's cyberpunk. That's the glitz and the high-rise and the corporate dystopia juxtaposed with just insanely over-the-top violence. I'm going to move these out of the way and we'll come back to the bases. I think that is a huge improvement for these Jersey barriers. Oh, target number. Riot Sister. I'm clicking on clips tonight because none of my shit is working. Here, you get this one tonight, Riot Sister.
I'd buy that for $1.
Why does he laugh? It's not funny. Oh, God. No, really. Okay, here you go, Riot Sister.
Hello there.
I like the way you think, Wombat. Ed 209 is one of my favorite things in RoboCop because it is objectively a complete piece of shit. Ed 209 is a terrible, terrible robot. It doesn't work. It is objectively broken. And it doesn't matter. Because that was never the point. Okay, next step on the bases, let's do some yellows. Let's do some yellows. That's what we need, right? We need a nice golden yellow. Well, RoboCop is a fucking great movie, Shadowcat. It's one of my personal favorites just ever. Let's go with this golden brown, and then we'll touch up with a little bit of a brighter yellow, and that should be good. Yeah, it was shiny. Well, the most important thing about it, Nash, is that before it was ever completed, Dick Jones had government contracts that were locked in for like 20 years. The US government and many municipalities were bound by contract to use Enforcement Droid 209 with like repair and maintenance contracts with everything. In fact, he has that line towards the end. He says, "Who cares if it worked or not?" What matters is, that was money. Oh, please. Please nap away, Riot Sister. Still, it's always wonderful to see you. Coming in 2025 from Boston Dynamics and Elon Musk. It is exactly the kind of machine that Elon would give us. So you're gonna get some hexagons from me, but they're dirty hexagons. Dirty little hexagons. Riot Sister, you take care of yourself, seriously. If you're not feeling well, you don't need to be here modding. So it's the F-35. I think the F-35 is slightly more functional, but similar in concept, certainly. This day, people don't get RoboCop. It's somewhat surprising. You think by now we'd have become cynical enough. I know, right, Asri? I do know people who don't understand that RoboCop is like... It's basically a comedy. It's an incredibly cynical film. In fact, I think that Paul Verhoeven accidentally made 3 of the best action movies in history by being a sarcastic, sardonic asshole who was trying to make fun of American action movies. between RoboCop, Total Recall, and Starship Troopers, like, he was basically, I view it as Paul Verhoeven just being like, oh, okay, you want an action movie? I'll give you a fucking action movie. Here's your fucking action movie. And we're like, yeah, no, that's great. Please keep doing that. That's amazing. Thank you. Why, hello, Mafik. Welcome in. Brightening up a few spots. Let's pull all the ones with the hexes over here so I can work on them. And we'll do some on this. And on this, here's more of the hexes. These will need yellow. Sort them out, sort them out. There we go. Anything that doesn't get any yellow can stay over here. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, you want some. Yeah, that's right. Okay. You haven't seen Escape from New York? Oh, man. I'm gonna warn you. Escape from New York, like, I love Escape from New York. I love the movie. I do. It's a classic. It's wonderful. It's kind of fucking boring by modern standards. It's maybe the most boring action movie that has ever been made. It's actually how they did the computer-generated New York segments in Escape from New York. Build a Tron board one day. Yeah, they had an incredibly detailed model of that Valendar. I'm sure you've seen that. They had an amazingly detailed model of New York that they used for that and the shot where he's coming in on his hang glider. And yeah, the computer rendering that they did was based on that. It was an amazing miniature. Snake Plissken is fucking cool as hell. You're not gonna get any argument out of me. And then Escape from LA is just regrettable. Oh my god. There is some action in it, so I think it is an action movie. But you have to judge it by different standards. It's an older film. It's got Adrienne Barbeau. That's always a positive. Who doesn't like Adrienne Barbeau and her Adrienne Barboobs? I like a few specific things in Escape from LA, Automat. I like the Bangkok Rules scene. I think that scene is a lot of fun. And I like the very end. I like the conclusion. Merlin. And it came out so charming, Valendar. I miss the love that people used to put into films. I mean, it still happens from time to time, but it doesn't seem like it's as often. I miss the love that John Carpenter put into his own movies, because you keep watching John Carpenter movies and eventually you get the fucking Ghosts of Mars. What the hell was that? Very few scenes in that movie have aged well, Asri. Very, very few scenes. You remember the scene when he's coming in on the torpedo and the big shark comes out to try to bite him? Yeah. This is Pro-Acryl Golden Brown. Nash, always a pleasure to see you in chat, my friend. You have a fantastic evening. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight, buddy. Just the basketball in the ending, really. That's right, he plays basketball. Oh, shit. To survive. Like I said, the Bangkok rules scene is a lot of fun, and it's just he gets caught dead to rights by like 3 guys, and he tells them that they're gonna have a duel according to Bangkok rules, and he picks up a can. He's like, I'm gonna throw this can. Nobody draws until this hits the ground. And he throws it up in the air, and he pulls his guns and he shoots all 3 of them, and then the can hits the ground. It's like, yeah. I thoroughly appreciate that scene. I try not to assume that everyone's going to appreciate stupid movies as much as I do, Peanut, but I'm with you there, buddy. I've watched some truly terrible films in my life and genuinely enjoyed it. Is he actually, or are you just, like, proposing that, Wiley Cliff? Is that something that was announced today? Because I'm, like, an unironic James Gunn fan, even from as far back as his Trauma days. I miss that. Also, that's awesome. His Suicide Squad was one of my favorite things to come out of DC in a long time. The best Zack Snyder movie in the world exists because James Gunn was writing it. Announced the cast for the upcoming Agatha Harkness show, and it includes Mephisto. I mean, you announce him in the cast, like, that kind of ruins it, doesn't it? I mean, probably not, but still. He likes making fun things, which means he will be good for fans. James Gunn also knows how to spend the capital of an R rating, and that's something that I really appreciate about him. Like, he understands what entertaining violence is and how to use it without it becoming tiresome. And that is something I thoroughly appreciate. Dude, I love that knife Supernaut. It's fantastic. I'm still using the other one more just because I'm used to it, but I've been, it's sort of like my fancy knife I take out with me now. Gunn also understands superheroes better than a certain other director. You know, the one who claimed anyone who thinks superheroes should avoid killing is an idiot. Yeah. For God's sake, Gunn managed to make Polka Dot Man into a compelling character, something that I wouldn't have really thought possible until he did it. You're right, he understands the subject matter much more thoroughly. Whereas Zack Snyder felt like he was embarrassed to be making superhero movies for the most part. I never believed that he loved the subject matter on any level. This is the same guy who once talked shit about the existence of Martian Manhunter, as if making movies in a universe that had Martian Manhunter somehow cheapened him as a director, and I'm like, why are you the guy then? That doesn't make any sense. If you're not willing to embrace the sheer absurdity of the subject matter, just get the fuck out. James Gunn is definitely willing to embrace absurdity. Again, I would direct you to his career in trauma movies. No, he's not a writer at all. And he's not, like, he's good at some imagery, but, like, when you let him be director of photography, you wind up with Army of the Dead, which is one of the ugliest fucking movies I've ever seen. And yeah, also when you let him write, and he's just like, why don't we just rip off aliens for literally every scene? We can do a movie like that, right? And they're like, sure, Zach, whatever. I mean, it depends on the hero and the setting, Peanut. There are certainly settings where heroes can kill for the sake of telling the story. It depends on what the setting is. DC, for the most part, heroes don't really kill people all that much. If they do, they're generally anti-heroes, or just villains who are confused. Deaths can happen in those settings, but they should be things that the heroes try to avoid for the most part. Even Marvel got this right. People die in Marvel movies, but it's never because Captain America doesn't give a shit. Whereas it's like our Zack Snyder Superman is damn near going out of his way to kill people half the time. Well, see, that's the funny thing, Peanut, is you say you're more of a Marvel man because you like the brighter tone. And that's what's so fucked up about the movies. DC is supposed to have a brighter tone than Marvel. Marvel is the dark one. But you wouldn't guess that based on the way the movies have gone. Oh yeah, I like when Zod knocks the fuel truck at Superman, the fuel truck that Superman could just like take in the face, no problem, and he jumps over it to avoid it and lets it hit a building and blow up like an apartment complex. I'm like, yeah, that's a Superman thing to do, totally. Didn't intend for you to be laughing. 300 was fun for what it was, but it was all spectacle. And he didn't write a damn bit of it. Yeah, Valendar, but I remember one of my favorite shots in Age of Ultron is that during all the fighting, when the city's going to be dropped and they're fighting against the clock, Cap is still, like, climbing down spars of broken concrete to rescue people out of cars that are about to fall, because that's who he is. I think they really nailed the tone. They nailed the tone better in a lot of the DC shows, like the Superman and Lois show. They started off with that wonderful shot from, it's not from All-Star Superman, I can't remember which one it's from, but he's wearing the old style costume with the black behind the S and everything, and this kid's like, hey, nice costume. And Superman's like, thanks, my mom made it for me. Well, yeah, that works for me. That's what happens when you base DC on a one-hit wonder from Frank Miller. Walter, don't even fucking get me started on that shit. Oh my god. Fucking Frank Miller and Zack Snyder's love affair with The Dark Knight Returns. Yeah, it's nonsense. Kingdom Come! Thank you, Walter's Workshop. I couldn't remember. Yeah, with the black behind the S and the brighter blue. DC has a more mature approach, but the heroes are so powerful they can't kill much. It's just too easy. The other end of the spectrum for their heroes is street-level vigilantes. Marvel has a lot of mid-range heroes as far as power goes. I mean, you can get a lot of that in DC as well, Wiley Cliff. I think the best description I've ever heard to really differentiate Marvel from DC is that in Marvel, it sort of takes superheroes on the concept of superheroes, and it sort of drags them down to our level. It brings them into a real believable world. It grounds them. And that's what makes it accessible. Whereas DC, traditionally and at its best, it kind of extends its hand down to normal people and elevates us up into the world of superheroes. It brings the world up into a place where these godlike beings exist. It's the attitude, it's the unrealism of it. It generally takes place in cities that don't really exist, for instance, whereas Marvel takes place in real places. Oh, The Boys is wonderful, Shadow Minx. You won't get any arguments from me. Go. Granted, I like both Marvel app where you could sub and get unlimited comics turned me more towards Marvel because I could read more of it. You're not going to get an argument from me either on the notion that DC and Warner Brothers in general are awful at handling their own property. They're terrible at it. It's incredibly disappointing because I like a lot of their writers. If it's a war, Marvel won a long fucking time ago. Describe Marvel as people coping with also being superheroes, and DC as superheroes coping with also being people. I think that is actually a very astute way to put it as well. Hopefully Gunn fixes that. Yes. Hopefully Gunn fixes quite a lot. He has his work sort of cut out for him. Let's try a little gold and yellow here. Punch things up in a few spots. Here in just a minute, I'm going to take a short break, and when I come back, it will be time for the Storm Report. Folks, so if you would like to participate in tonight's Storm Report, make sure you are getting those posts in now. You have, I would estimate, 20 to 25 minutes to get that done. You know, Peanut, you're right. You're right. Because honestly, more people should be happy that we have both, and not viewing them as needing to destroy one another. I am 100% with you on that. but people are funny. Everybody wants to... It's all team sports these days, you know? My thing is better than your thing. That's apparently how it has to be. I don't see why I can't be both a Spider-Man guy and a Batman guy, you know? Now that's fair, Wiley Cliff. My big issue with Marvel presently is also Disney. Of course, I can't sit here and pretend that Disney didn't also make them into the powerhouse they are today. That first Iron Man movie was really fucking something, and they kept it moving forward in a really impressive way. Of course, I also think what they're doing has become pretty stagnant, but, you know, neither here nor there. Hey, Punished Fink, it's good to see you. 8 bits a byte, welcome in. I can't argue with you. We found a formula that makes money, and now we're gonna do it until it stops. There have been, you know, chances for a few artists in there to kind of get some good work done, but you're not wrong either. You know? Glad that Joe Johnston got to make a Captain America movie, that's something. Do with the dry brush I was just using with the orange on it. There it is. Oh god, really, Valandar? Half of Rankin Bass? Oh, the passing of an icon. It's getting to be, you know, about that time for a lot of our childhood heroes and people who brought us such amazing things. Kursala, thank you for them Bezos bucks. Commercials, what the fuck? Yeah, get him the fuck out of here. Kursala, how you doing, man? Getting in a couple of edge touch-ups, and then I am going to take a short break, stretch my legs, get something more to drink. Let's try this real quick. Bring out those tops a little bit more while still leaving it kind of dirty yellow. That works well on here. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. And we'll probably do some more weathering on top of that with a sponge before it's done. But I like the look of that. Might want to do one more wash on these. I wasn't totally sure if that was the right color to drop on there. Let's try this other texture. Yeah, I think that will want another wash. That's okay. We learned that today. Now here's the question. So this is meant to be just like a textured, rubberized surface in a city. So kind of dirty. Now on the left here, I've done more of a vibrant, saturated golden yellow. And on the right here, I've gone for more of a desaturated pale yellow highlight. Which do you think? Desaturated? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. That's what I'm thinking. And then I can save the more saturated colors for the characters that are going to be on top of them, right? Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Asri. Actually, since this is the one I like, I'll give you a quick preview and then I'm going to take my break. You could do pigment dust on it, but this is something I like a little bit more. Take some of this here mahogany. And take the... Actually, umber would be better. Umber would be better than mahogany because it doesn't have as much red in it. Dark umber, there we go. And really, I don't even need to use this. I'm gonna use my cheap-ass US Art Supply raw umber. A little splorp of it right there. I'm about to. I'm going to. Just showing you. Take a little bit of that. Corner of a sponge. Dab most of that off. And then come in here for a little bit of... a little weathering and random dirt just to darken it up some. Make it look more worn. Probably mix in some other colors. You get a nice little sort of random worn spackle effect that way. Yeah, I agree. I think that's just about right. I'll do a little bit more of an effect on these struts here, and then this one's ready to go ahead and plop a future cop down onto. Alright, folks. Bear with me for just a few minutes. I am gonna take a short break. I'm gonna stretch my legs. I'm gonna hit the head. I'm gonna grab something more to drink. When I get back, I'm gonna do a quick cleanup, and we're going to launch right into the storm report. So if you don't have your entry in and you want to participate, make sure you get that done now, because we won't have much time after I get back. Folks, I'll see you in just a few. Ow! Oh. This is why the buttons are important, chat. Because the button activates the piece of media, lets it play, and then deactivates it. And if I activate it myself, I end up just leaving it up. I'm so sorry. You're making a post. You got another minute, Merlin. You got another minute. Let me clean my brushes here real quick, and then we're gonna get started. Even my crappy brush needs a little bit of love. Those two could go for a soap and wash. All my Pro Acryl over here. Out of the way. Yeah, on top of all those 3D printed models, I also might have placed a little bit of an order a while ago with Miniature Market. So it's possible that I have other Cyberpunk minis, like Edge Runners A, Edge Runners B, Edge Runners C, Edge Runners D, Edge Runners E. Also, Combat Zoners B and C, Lawmen A and B. I don't have a problem, you have a problem. They're nice. They're nice minis, Walter. And yeah, Lawman B has also Doggo. I wanted to get it so that I would have 2 Doggo sculpts, because I anticipate using 2 Doggos in my Lawman list for Cyberpunk Red Combat Zone. And these are all in Siocast, which is, like, they're relatively cheap, and I don't feel bad about having them at all. I love Siocast minis. I love getting my hands on some more of them. Anika3, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Oh, Peanut, I got 1 operation box, and I got the Beyond That operation box, and that's going to sit on my shelf until I'm done with these. And hello to you as well. I hope you're having a good evening. I won't, White Wolf. I know. I know. We have problems. We have problems. I'm pretty pleased with how that little dry brush spiffed these up. And yeah, we're gonna lay some more work in on these guys. I had Friday slated as a 3D modeling day, but I think Friday we're gonna do some painting because I need to get busy on graffitiing up these jersey barriers. So I think that's probably what we're gonna be doing. Because these are ready for a weathering pass, graffiti, and then another weathering pass. And then they'll be done. Oh, Miniature Market burned me, so I'll never buy from there. Really? I order from both Miniature Market and Noble Knight. Miniature Market had a problem. The first problem I've had with them was recent, where they shipped really all that stuff that I have over there. They shipped that to the wrong address. They shipped that to my old address in Texas that I only used with them like twice. I have no idea why they did it. But they very, very quickly replaced all of them and sent... a few of them came back to them, got returned to sender, and they sent them on to my new address. And the other ones they just replaced free of charge. I haven't personally had any problems with Miniature Market. I'm sorry to hear that you have. Well, Valandar, this is my dry brush palette. I use porcelain tiles for dry brushing just because I want the paint to thicken and dry. Otherwise, I'm generally going to be using my wet palette. But I also live in Colorado, and one of the reasons that I started doing more oil painting, particularly when I'm live on stream, is because living in Colorado and using something other than a wet palette, you'll put paint on your brush and go to paint your mini, get distracted for a second, look away, say something, come back, and it's just all dried on your brush. It's ridiculous. It's bone dry up here. Alright, Merlin, you all set? You all ready, buddy? Because it's about that time. Yeah, it's a little moist. A little moist. Alright, let's get rolling here. Let me make sure I got this pulled up and ready to go before I go switching over in the manual sense. Sort by creation time. Oh my, okay, there's a bunch more. Yeah, let's go to the bottom. Make sure this pulls up in the right window. It appears to have, so I guess we can get busy.
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
It was a little fast. I don't have the timing. I don't have the timing of the machine as much as I want it. Terrible. Alright, let me actually make a little bit more room for my mouse here, because I'm kind of jammed up on my desk a little bit. How is it I keep getting bigger desks, and I never, like, suddenly have enough room? I just find ways to use all the room as inefficiently as possible. Maybe I have a problem. Okie dokie. Up first, we have from Gimishkar, also known as Nash, who I believe just went to bed. In the this is a filament puller. In the bathroom, since we're still not done with the machine, so it's getting moved around a bit. My hand-pulled filament wasn't feeding well, so I'm rerunning it through the machine to get more uniform filament. Cable management, display mount, a mounting unit for the heat block, and a filament runout sensor so it turns off when we run out of material to pull are all next. P.S. It makes spooky noises when rerunning this material through. This is, clearly, I need a second and a third at an absolute minimum. Nash, you're out of your mind. I thoroughly respect what you're doing here. But I still think you're mildly out of your mind. It's impressive. I mean, I guess you get a nasty tangle. This is going to help you sort it out. Impressive work, and as far as I know, you've engineered this all from the very, very start. Spooky month, therefore spooky sounds. I'm sure that next month it will sound much more festive, leading up to the appropriate holidays, Punished Fink. I can't imagine that it would be so gauche as to not. And we've gotten to see this start to come together from the concept when it was really just a 2x4 with a couple of screws sticking out of it. This is a very impressive contraption. I look forward to seeing some of the results when you get a full respool. Thought it was to turn 2.8 into 1.7. Wait, is that what it's doing? Am I a dum-dum face? Is it just... Is it actually stretching and reforming it to the new diameter? I guess I misunderstood what he was doing with it from the beginning then. Is there a heating up? Oh, no, you're right. You're right. Because there is a heating element right there. Right in the middle. My brain wasn't working. I was looking at it, I was thinking that part in the middle was the filament runout sensor, and then I was like, no, he said he hasn't added the filament runout sensor, so yeah, it's heating and pulling it to the new diameter. Oh my god, it's even more impressive than I thought. Gimishkar, you're crazier. You're crazier than even I had realized at first. That's fucking cool, man. I don't feel like I don't have the engineering brain to work out what tension I would need, what heat I would need, what rate it would need to pull at. Oh my god. That's all math. That's all math, and I'm so bad at that. That's fucking impressive, man. Could we get a video? Could we get a video of that thing working? That's what I really, really want. Damn, nicely done. Alright, what do we got up next? Here we have a little bit of business from Mafik, the factions of the Broken Void. Here are all the factions of the Broken Void. Though I imagine there are probably more you just haven't thought of yet. The Ironhorn Soldier. I like his little, his helmet, and his, I mean, they're aptly named. What with the iron horns and all. Iron Desert Dismantlers, rocking the little, a servo skull with just a kitchen knife. Stuck through its head. I mean, why not? Man looks like he wants to light me on fire, which makes me mildly uncomfortable. Though that might be slightly better than our Hell Torturer over here, who has a very suggestive name and also is just kind of on fire. We have a Death Marcher, who seems to be rocking a couple extra shields sticking off of his back. Why do they call him a Death Marcher? That seems tiring, really. More than anything else. A normal Crystallian Soldier down here on the left. Slowly turning into crystal, which I guess is normal for his kind. What's an abnormal Crystallian Soldier? I wonder. I suppose we've seen one or two of those, actually, come to think of it. A Mushrian Infector. He doesn't look, Yeah, maybe want to see a doctor about that one. Anubis Blade Soldier. With the four-eyed dog head and kind of rocking like a combination of a kukri and a, what are they called? Kopesh. The sort of curved Egyptian blade. And a Frostbite Gatler. Who seems to be mostly named for the fact that he seems to have a Gatling gun sticking over his shoulder. Very cool, Mafik. You've developed a very interesting sort of lore around this world, and it's very extensive by now. Mushroom Infector, not an OSHA-approved occupation. No, I wouldn't think so. Sumatha, it's good to see you, man. How you doing? All right, let's see what we've got here from Vandal Noir. First attempt at non-metallic metal. A lot of the principles are pretty solid. I don't want to criticize this too much, because there's definitely some things in here where I could kind of get in and be like, well, you know, your light source isn't coming from the same direction. I don't feel like that critique is going to help you at this phase of painting, because your instincts are right with a lot of this, as far as you picking corners to highlight and then blending out towards the middle. A big trick that I've found with NMM is really learning where to put your highlights. But for the basics, I always tell people, don't fucking worry about it. Just do something. Just learn the technique, and then later on worry about having like a, this is a Marauder 2, I want to say? It's the goofy one. With the two big engines on the back, yeah. You'll learn more about light sources and how to sell like environmental lighting as you go on. What you need to work on more than anything now is just blending. Because the positions that you've done all of it in, like these would read really, really well. You have a couple of harsh lines in the transition, so it's really just blending at this point. This is, for a first try, this is fucking excellent. Let's take a look at our third here. Oh yeah. Yeah, particularly up here, this reads really, really nicely. You'd want to pick up a few more highlights towards the bottom edge of these panels to kind of contrast with, and then hit a few more hard edges in here. But yeah, I agree, Riot Sister. This is better than my first try, too. This is just something that is going to come with practice, Vandal Noir. This looks great. Keep going. Do more. Practice blending more. And just keep up what you're doing here. Once you've got the blending down, once you've got smooth transitions from those harsh highlights, then start worrying about things like light sources, because you are absolutely on the right track. Looks like the red on the cannon barrel doesn't have the same edge highlight the rest of the red does. That could be the photo not communicating, and it's easy to miss panels. It's real easy to miss panels, and of course, bear in mind, Sumatha, we are looking at a work in progress. Yeah, just practice your blending, buddy. Practice your blending and keep doing what you're doing. Fucking phenomenal work, Vandal. Here we have from Dr. Rhino, it is finished. Enhance. Oh, God. Look at this. Look at this ridiculous bullshit. He used an alcohol-based chrome paint for our silver metallics. So this is just a natural reflection on chrome, in case you're wondering. and then handed all of this filigree work, and then came in, and I don't think I saw you do the final step. Did you airbrush a transparent paint over it, the pinks and the blues? I'm not sure if he airbrushed it or if he glazed it, but he came in over top of the silver with some blues and some pinks afterward to kind of blend it into the paint job. It's lovely. It's lovely. 40 hours of work, he says. Airbrushed with fluoro pink and blue. I figured it was probably an airbrush given how smooth and how uniform it is. Nice job on the lensing on the soulstone right here in the chest. This was a pleasure. This was a pleasure to watch you work on, Rhino, because this is sort of putting to work one of the principles that I'm always pushing that I hear from James Wapple when he talks about doing freehand, which is like, when you look at the whole thing, you're like, holy shit, look at how complicated it is. But I mean, if you really get in there and look at the individual bits of freehand, none of them are that complex. No individual line in there is something so complex that most of the painters in here couldn't do it. The trick is just developing a sort of flow, developing a sort of pattern, and just keeping going for the duration that it takes to get it done. Because you don't need every line to be clean, you don't need everything to be straight, you don't need everything to be perfectly smooth. You just need the effect of there being so much of it. This is... It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. It's fucking phenomenal work, Rhino. This is one of the most impressive Wraith Knights I've seen, and the fact that you're doing this to give it away just is fucking insane, let's be honest. And of course, because of the way I'm doing the Storm Report now, your video just downloads instead of opening up in a tab. Just open this in a fucking tab? Of course I can't. I'm sorry, Rhino. I'm sorry I can't show the video of it rotating, but it is in the Storm Report. If you guys go to his post, you can pull it up. By next stream I'll get that worked out so I can actually show you guys his videos with the way I'm doing it now. Giving it to play on tabletop for a long-term loan. After that, who knows? The lava base in particular is really nicely done. Simple, effective, striking, but I think that those three words describe so much of your painting. Dr. Rhino's paint jobs they're admirable. Really. They're admirable. He doesn't, and I mean this in the best possible way, Rhino generally doesn't put in work that doesn't pay off. And we were talking about this actually just the other day on Discord, Rhino. On some of your armies you have. We were talking about other painters who've done that as well, but you've really, really brought together the techniques that are most visually effective, and I feel like that really, really sets apart some of the best tabletop painters out there. Let's see what we've got next up here from Kursala. Hey. Edge of the World oil on canvas. While I was sorting through my dad's art supplies, I decided to mount a canvas and get some painting done. It took about 2 hours total, and I made it through about 20-ish minutes of an episode of Bob Ross. Well, that's just lovely. I've never tried oil on canvas. Never in my life have I tried oil on canvas, honestly. I have a much better understanding of how oil paint works now than I have at any other time in my life, so I can, and having watched plenty of Bob Ross, just out of pure amusement, like I can see the techniques at work here, where you've used like palette knives and where you've come in and done brush stippling, and it's lovely. I particularly like the clouds and the harsh glare of the sunlight off the mountains there. Really using that palette knife to get that rough line. Plenty of happy little trees in there. This was your first oil painting. Very impressive, Kursala. This is fucking gorgeous, man. You know, maybe the best thing about doing something like this is now you have a nice piece of art that you've done to hang up on your wall. And that has to feel nice, doesn't it? I like the warmth in the clouds. And the occasional little, dense puff kind of coming off the edge. Very nicely done. Particularly for a first try. You make me want to give it a try. I don't know that I have the time or the patience. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. It's at my mom's house, so it's going to hang next to my dad's first paint. Oh, that's awesome. That's, Kursala, that's fucking phenomenal, man. Technically, your second use of oils. First was on minis about 20 years ago. Okay. That really, that absolutely warms my heart, Kursala, and thank you for sharing that with us today. Uh-oh. Scud 24 is at it again. Crab battle at sunset. Finished skin on some minis. Did some work. Does that count? It all counts. Shadow Minx. It all counts. So I'm going to say abso-fucking-lutely. Gray Mail, good to see you. How you doing? This is nice. This is good use of, I don't want to say forced it kind of is forced perspective. I guess it isn't because there isn't any... Well, okay. I guess technically this would be forced perspective because it is forcing the scale of the quite small models to appear larger by using an environment that lacks scaling details of its own. So your mind kind of fills that in. This is really nicely done. Like, this is just a damn good-looking photo regardless. I love the reflection of the king crab in the tide there. This is probably more effort than I've ever put into photographing any of my models that I have created or painted. Crab battle at sunset. I like the one in the background, out of focus, out of the depth of field, blending into the rocks. This is in fact fun. Scott, I'm glad that you're still doing this. You've gotten better at it. I'm gonna give a crab react to that. That absolutely deserves it. Alright. Oh, what are we going with next? From the Happy Heretic. Huh? You could do it. You could do it, Sumitha. You might be onto something. Happy Heretic ancestors be praised. Finally got the new Squatty Boys. Yes, I phrased it just that way just to hear Thunderhead say, Squatty Boys. From my FLGS during a big October sales event they're having. Managed to snag it for about $140, regular $200. And man, it's chunky. Lots of plastic to wade through. Bonus, it was cheaper than I expected, so I have some extra hobby money left over. Now I just need some Tyranid bits. Yeah. Rip them apart. It's a bit out of focus because I was trying to get a pick before the incoming wave knocked things over. I think it worked out just perfectly. I think that the shallow depth of field, leaving the other king crab out of focus, actually works really, really well, Scud. And the fact that the king crab up close is slightly out of focus, it's still sharp enough to make out what it is. And I think it just kind of knocks out enough detail that you can't tell it's a miniature. It works for the forced perspective. So you could just pretend that that's on purpose, and I would literally never guess. It is a big, nasty box, isn't it? End of this week, I'm going to have my set of Crystal Badlands bases done up in the sizes needed for leagues of Votan. I owe those to DFW Dwegham. I don't know if anybody else is interested in using them as well. They are broken dirt with clusters of crystals sticking up kind of haphazardly. I think they go well with leagues of Votan, with squats in general. So if that is something you're interested in, keep an eye out. I am planning to have those done this week, and while I was going to wait to release them until I got a lot more sizes done, but I'll probably release the initial set as sort of a Votan army box set, and then as more get done, those will just be released as a later STL pack. Nice looking box. Now get building. Oh, from White Wolf. Taco Tuesday, just let me eat them edition. It's still a theme, so here, have some delicious tacos. Oh wait, I've already eaten them. I'm fucking hungry right now, goddammit. This time they're long day at work, screw it, slap them together edition. That's kind of the wonderful thing. The wonderful thing about tacos, you really don't gotta make them fancy. In fact, some of my least favorite tacos in the world have been fancy tacos, and people have tried to just add too much shit to them and ignored the basics. But thank you for reminding me that I still have some time to go before I can eat anything, White Wolf. You know I always appreciate that. Valandar, what's funny is When I saw the box with the face on it, literally the first thing I thought of was Autobots, and then it took me a minute to realize I was looking at 40k stuff. More crab nonsense coming next. Storm Report with Clan Tabasco crab rituals. I'm excited, Scud. I'm excited. You should go make some tacos tomorrow. Damn it, Shadowcat, I agree. Oh my god. Oh, sewer creature, eventually you're gonna get me dinged for TOS. Spasm, Meshuggah. Nothing complex or involved, just something I'm particularly pleased with and want to show off better while I work on something ordered by the Commandant himself. Or more accurately, I slowly gather the will to work. Isn't that how it goes? I feel like I spend far less time actually doing things than building up the gumption to get it done. And your art has this unique effect, sewer creature. I compare it to the feeling I sometimes get watching Neil Breen movies. I want to engage with this art. I want to understand it. My brain, my mind reaches out. It attempts to parse what it is that I'm seeing, what the intent of the artist is, and I just, a lot of the time I come back with something that I think is close, and sometimes I'm really just not sure. Is this a man gestating inside of a stomach? It's an upsetting feeling, and it's not just because it's gross or it's meaty. It's upsetting because, again, my brain is trying to engage with it and just not quite getting it. Like, it's like my fingernails are scratching on the surface and they're getting a little bit of purchase every now and then they just keep sliding, no matter how hard I try. Maybe it's just too slippery. I'm very much looking forward to seeing that other thing that you're working up to getting some work done on. I think it'll be an interesting break from your usual style. Oh my god. Here we have from Sehul Penu. This looks fucking great, dude. Dude! Already gotten some great advice, but do you know anything to make this read more as a brighter Arctic white? At the moment, the gray I'm using is too dark to make a very good near white without using a lot of white. This was layering up gray with a dry brush of white, with using an off-white like ivory, then a pure white on top of it, get the right definition. So, yeah, if you want Arctic white, don't go into ivory. Ivory is warm. You want cool whites. Something that you can do, this might be a good time to learn how to use glazes, because if you came over this with like a really, really thin down blue, and let it settle mostly into the recesses. Not a full wash, necessarily, more of a filter, because you don't necessarily want it to be super dark in the recesses, because it's mostly upward, it's mostly exposed to the light. But if you glaze it blue and then come back in and dry brush more white, I think you might like the result of that. Tried a white glaze, but it didn't seem to do much. It's not supposed to. It's not supposed to do much. What you want to do is do glazes like that several times. And that's why I say what you want more than a glaze is a filter. Because the idea of a filter is to just gently tint all the colors that you have in the direction of that color. So yeah, like a really, really thin down blue over pretty much the whole thing, and then come back in with some more white dry brushing. That would probably start to get you more into that Arctic white that you're looking for. But yeah, if you're going for cool, go in the direction of blues. If you're going for warm, then move in the direction of browns like ivory. I do want to see it, Dr. Rhino. Ping me on Discord. I'll hit you back after the stream, my man. Oh, there it is. Oh my lord. Oh, they're already done? I didn't realize they were so close. Look at all these. Look at these, folks. Look in chat. Look at these amazing new emotes. Courtesy of Dr. Rhino. My personal favorite is Rhino Gun. The Jurassic Park one, I was a little concerned that it was going to be too small to make out what it was. Honestly, I think reducing the text to Dr. Rhino works really nicely, and it still gets the point across. It still gets the point across for those in the know, as it were. And the Dr. Rhino, as it... Oh, I'm ashamed of myself. That was terrible. I'm ashamed of that. The Reaper layering set is for the basics in layering. This is slightly more advanced, yeah. Peanut, dude. Seriously, this is one of the best looking pieces I've seen you do. This represents fucking advancement. Very, very nicely done. Like, are there techniques you could do to get it to look more like fabric? Could it be better than this? Absolutely. There's absolutely a million different styles you could apply to this, but this looks really nice for what you're working on. Keep moving in this direction, and like I said, try some blues in there. And then once the blues are in, then try dry brushing back up to a white and see if you don't like the effect that has. Yeah, I know, I'm ashamed of myself, Marilyn. Let's just move on. Let's just move on. Rhino, those are some fucking fantastic emotes. We should do some new emotes. Maybe I should do something other than just be spurred by Dr. Rhino to emulate him in all things. Maybe I should do something original for once in my fucking life. Do you think? Do you think so, chat? Nah, let's just copy him. Oh, here we have up next from Valandar the Red. Ooh la la. We need a horrified emote. You're not wrong. We would use that pretty regularly. Oh, the idea is a friend will be using... Oh, hold on. I didn't read the opener here. Made some dice for a friend to cast in epoxy resin. The idea is a friend will be using the dice I printed to make molds after polishing them, and then 2 teeny figures are a sample of what's going in them, about 10 millimeters tall. Each person in my gaming group is getting a set of crystal clear dice with a shrunken version of the miniature of their favorite character in their favorite color inside, and the numbers will be inked with a darker version of that color or contrasting color if they have 2 favorite colors. The dice themselves have a moon and sun symbol on the highest faces, visible on the D10 and D12, and a custom font to make them even more unique. And when I broke out the calipers, the worst of them only had a 1% variance, while the best, the Spindle D4, had less than a 0.2% variance. That's some quality printing. That's some damn quality printing. Now, they're going to be cast in epoxy, so there might be... Well, no, I guess there wouldn't be terrible shrinkage if they're being done up in epoxy. These are really nice. I like the custom font. I like the symbol. This is such a cool fucking idea. Do the players know they're getting these? Is this something that they're ready for? Or Valandar, are you doing this as something of a surprise? They're going to be awesome. They're going to be thrilled either way. Don't get me... Okay, they know they're getting them. If they were a surprise, it would be just fucking berserk. These are really nice. I see you went with, like, the really hard edges on them, too, which technically will assist in making them more random. Softer edge dice are technically not as random. They roll easier. They're my preference a lot of cases, but those hard edges will ensure that they tumble a lot more. Or more randomly, in more random directions. They have a less of a roll and more of a bounce. It's my Christmas present to the group, but they know about them. Valandar, these are fucking cool, man. These are really nice. Do you think you'll ever do more sets of them? Is this something that you're going to be set up to do additional groups of for more people? I'll tell you, man. I'm a sucker for polyhedral dice sets, and I like that your D4 is a spindle rather than one of those goddamn caltrops. I hate those things. A friend who does these is in glass cork jars with sealing wax. Oh my god. That's... Valandar, dude. Like the perfect gift. Like the perfect gift. I love it. Absolutely love it. I also, the sun and moon, that's really nice. I'm excited to see the final products. Valandar, I really, really hope that you share the final products with us. I want to see these sets with the figures inside. I'm going to be keeping the molds with the spindle because we're putting figures in them. That makes sense. It would be... Well, any way that it landed, there'd really only be one face where the figure would be even remotely right side up. On the pyramid caltrop shaped one. Alright, up next we have from Gray Mail. Ooh, and I'm liking the look of this. Mostly finished with this base for my next pair of minis. Might add some small grass tufts after the figures are done and positioned. The base is from Micro Art Studio. Let me know what you think so far. Okay, this is great. At a glance, I'm thinking that fairly simple techniques are at use here. Base coating, dry brushing, a little bit of washing at most. And with that in mind, it actually reads really well because this base from Micro Art Studio has some pretty excellent texturing and detailing on it. I like the contrast. I like how you've gone with some slightly warm tones for the skull, which makes the most sense. The tablet with the writing on it is also slightly warm. The big Celtic cross and the surrounding stones are a little bit cool. There's a teeny little bit of blue in them, but they still contrast well with that vibrant green. It looks like Ireland to me. Not just because of the Celtic cross, but because of the particularly verdant green that you've chosen for the foliage. Everything stands out nice. I can see all the detail. For being a fairly simple job, I don't know, this reads really, really nicely. You could complicate it. You could go crazy. You could add in some more weathering. You could use some glazes to put some more warm tones between the green and the blue. You don't really need to. You've got some good, clear, dark definition. And this is something that a lot of people lose, this good, clear, dark definition between the blue and the green here. It's real easy to wind up going over that with brighter tones and just sort of blending everything together, but everything is nicely divided and stands out well in this. And I like a little bit of wood texture here. Beautiful. You know what, Merlin models? You're right. That's the best word for it. This is a beautiful base. This is a lovely base, and incredibly well done. I think some tufts might not be a bad idea. Just a little bit of extra texture, yeah. No. The divisions are what make it work, Gray Mail. The divisions are... I'm always pushing contrast on this channel. Always telling people you need more contrast. You need value contrast. You need temperature contrast. You need something. What you've got there is solid value contrast that helps you see the individual pieces of the base. You have applied those lessons well. This looks great. I don't want to sit here and say anything that you should do. I'm going to say, yes, go ahead and add the tufts, and I'm going to say that I want to see the minis on this base. The only thing that I'll say is also saturation contrast here. You're absolutely correct, Valendar. I'm going to say that I'd love to see a lot of warmth in the figures that are going on here, and I'm curious what's ultimately going to happen, and I would love to see the next step. But I don't want to interrupt your flow because you are on to something here. Please keep going. Alright. What do we got up next? Spoopy time with Punexpected. Well, that's an exciting time, isn't it? Why do I keep running that over the edge of my... Oh my god! Okay. Got 2 models mostly done and working on Croc from Kingdom Death. Hoping to do a little diorama with it. Is this woman wearing a costume like she's some kind of deep-sea fangly fish that's made out of a giant baby? This man over here is apparently dressed as a lion, with a face stitched onto his... Kingdom Death regularly succeeds at making me deeply uncomfortable. I like the Croc Man. He seems like he's having a good time. The woman with the giant baby deep-sea fangly fish hat and the massive syringe makes me deeply uncomfortable. They're wearing costumes based on the big bad monsters. You know, now that you say that, yes. That is familiar with the dangling lure and the giant syringe. I have a passing familiarity with some of the more upsetting models from Kingdom Death, but that does, in fact, ring a bell, and is fairly clever, actually. Survivor is wearing costumes of the big horrifying monsters. That's pretty cool. As far as the paintwork goes, I mean, me sitting here and complimenting the paintwork from Punexpected, like, that's to be. expected at this point. Let's go ahead and enhance a little bit here. I love all the kind of somewhat nauseating pinks and the yellows that we have here in the eyes, and with the angler dangler as it is known in scientific circles, and this lovely aqua hair tone against the very Halloween-y oranges. That's really, really gorgeous. I like the very subtle blue tones we have here in the giant syringe, and again, the repeat of the orange down on the feet. You just want more pinups from Kingdom Death. Yeah, let's see some more Kingdom Death models. Interestingly enough, the only Kingdom Death model I've painted was a big armored knight guy. I haven't painted any of the quite thick pinups. Really good job on the ribbons now that I look at them, actually. High contrast pink worked nicely. Excellent job on the flesh on our flexing muscle man lion fellow here. He's got sort of a pale Caucasian tone to him, but you've done a really, really good job not just coloring everything uniform, but really picking up the shadows. I'm noticing more and more like the color across the top of the arm, dropping into deeper shadows below the bicep, and then down here through the armpit, inside of the forearm. Good job again underneath the wrist and picking out the fingers. Really liking what we've done here across the abs, kind of dropping the shadows on the sides more in. I mean, pun expected, we know is a talented painter, but it always does me good, I think, as a painter to spend a few minutes really analyzing what it is that he's doing. Really vibrant pink that we have here for the cape on the croc guy, and then the internals for his mouth. Really lovely. Lovely, lovely work, pun expected, and spoopy indeed. I do feel like maybe I should... no, I'm not even going to say that. I don't need to paint Kingdom Death models. Jesus Christ, I have everything else in the world to paint. Stop it, pun expected. Stop tempting me, maniac. Here we have from Voxel Forge. A very motivated patron. Painted this just like a day after he got it. That's always a good feeling, isn't it, Voxel Forge? I sometimes try to be the first person to paint the things that I've made, or at least I used to. I used to feel like I should make the thing and be the first person to paint it, but that's, oftentimes a fool's errand when you're making quite so many things. This came out pretty nice. I mean, I love the Merrick Militia paint job, and I mean, credit where due. I'll go ahead and eat some crow. The detail on this awesome came out pretty damn nicely. I'm still a little thrown by the square PPCs, but I think that's just because I'm not used to seeing anything like that. Riot Sister, why you gotta catch me? Why you gotta catch me slouching? Why you gotta be like that? I'm glad to hear that the Patreon is going well. Voxel Forge, you are a very, very talented 3D designer, and this one was a pleasure to watch come together from scratch. You were just inspired and started blocking it out, and then the details started going down, and wham, bang, boom, here we have a fully printed, painted model. We got to get some more poses out of this bad boy, though. He's hanging out. He's kind of leaning forward a little bit, but we got to get some nasty, aggressive poses. I love that his claw is separated into the full 4 fingers. Now that you're working on a Shadowhawk, you know what I really want out of you, Voxel Forge, is I want like a dual diorama where the awesome is just crushing the head on the Shadowhawk. And I say that as a Shadowhawk fan. See, MWO style shoulder pauldrons, loving it. Yeah, he definitely has the MechWarrior Online profile overall, but in my opinion, a greatly improved center torso and shoulder ratio. I like all the little mechanisms that we've done in the knees, down into the ankles. His legs look so damn beefy. Gorgeous. Gorgeous work, Voxel Forge. And again, I'm really glad to hear that the Patreon's going well. Here we have from Automat Americana. Side project. Let's have a glance, shall we? Progress on the crab tonight is just my making a single fit adjustment based on the test print, so nothing really to see. Instead, have a little side project I'm doing, an ode to my ship, back when I played a Romulan in Star Trek Online. The ship model itself started out as a game rip, to which I had to sculpt all the details that are just painted on in the game. Yeah, it's something you discover real fast when you start doing game rips. Most of those details are just fucking texture maps. The Romulan Republic logo started out as an image I found and put through Windows 3D Builder to make, well, 3D, before importing it into Tinkercad. Will be printed and painted in color-coded parts. I fucking love Romulan ships. Romulan ships are among my favorites. RRW Shaliar. I love the sigil of the Romulan Empire, and while this is very much like I say I love Romulan ships, I love the Romulan warbird from The Next Generation, which this is very reminiscent of in the way that it's divided up with the negative space in the middle, though it's got a more significant middle hull. I haven't played enough of Star Trek Online to pick this one out in particular, but it still echoes all the design elements of the warbird that I really appreciate, though it seems like it's probably a little bit smaller. The warbird was gigantic. Romulan Republic. See, in my head, it's still the Romulan Star Empire. Really nicely done, and particularly well done with the Romulan crest. I'd love to get a closer look at this ship. Like, we're mostly seeing the plinth here, but I would love to get a closer look at this ship. And the work that you did on it. So, I mean, you know, please feel free to post more. Automat Americana, Jolan True. And here we have from the Tobin Lord. So much for Goretober. Oh my lord. Arkif class, built to reuse... Yeah, the Deridex. Those are the ones I'm thinking of. The TNG era warbirds. Built to reuse cores from the old Deridex. Okay. Yeah, the old Singularity cores, right? That was always their thing, is that they ran Singularities. Got distracted with an idea that ended up turning into an OC. Found some pictures of sea slugs, and well, here we are. Their name is Javier, and they glow under blacklight. Found some pictures of sea slugs, and here we are. That's a sentence that, when Tobin Lord wrote it, I'm sure made perfect sense. In Tobin Lord's mind. And this is sort of what I love about getting to see the art of so many talented people. It's like a glimpse into the oftentimes obscure mind of the artist. Found pictures of sea slugs, and here we are. Now, try to connect those two things. And therein lies some of the understanding of art, I feel, and that confusion that it is bound to bring. English isn't friends with many people, to be fair. Oh, I see the connection. It's just that I would not look at a sea slug and start thinking about how to anthropomorphize said sea slug with an old 90s CRT as a head. I like the cables coming out of the back of this one, by the way. And I'm a fan of the apparently metallic claw hands. That's a nice touch. Very stylish. Very stylish with the rainbow booty shorts and midriff sweater, I have to say. It glows under blacklight. I like the little cheek details. And the horns in this case appear to be more like sensory than the apparently lava lamp filled more keratinous horns that we get on a lot of our other CRT headed anthropomorphized whoozy whatsies. Missed the old CRT heads from Attack of the Show. God damn, that was a while ago, Fink. Shadowminx Hobbies would love to see this as a cat girl too. Shadowminx, if you're not following Tobin Lord's work, you really, really should. He's an incredibly talented artist. Yeah, the sea slug pattern, absolutely. And then, yeah, the little sensory dealies coming off the top, and the little sort of frill fans. Yeah, like axolotl frills. Exactly, that's what I'm thinking. Right, sister. They're more like something that would sort of float in the water and have lots of little... there's a word for the individual little... They're not fingers, but they're... combs? I guess? Yeah, or moth antennae. Thank you, Valandar. Exactly. Yeah, and you can see the individual little strands in there, and yet they come into the Tobin Lord style because they are reminiscent of the more keratinous horns that his characters often have. Though I don't recommend turning on a CRT while you're underwater. That seems Horribly uncomfortable. We get a pretty amazing array of things, don't we, Merlin? I really like Toby and Lord's work. It's not like anything that I generally seek out myself, and I'm glad, Toby and Lord, that you continue to bring it to us. And all the facial expressions, my lord. A tail that isn't a tail, even. Where do I follow this artist? Toby and Lord, please, please, please feel free to post your socials here in chat so people can make sure they follow you. All right, let's see what we got up next. From Journeyman Paint Hour. House Imara, the good Capellans. Oh, the good Capellans are all dead. Work in progress, little spider getting fancy. Have to redo the cockpit, but struggling to get a clean look with the tan. Not my favorite paint scheme at all. First of all, the overall mech looks nice. I like the golden details under the tan. I think part of the issue that you're running into here is that you're missing some of that contrast that helps a color like yellow really stand out. You've got the warmth of yellow next to the warmth of tan. And the highlights, particularly on the top of the spider's cheek plates, enhance. Here, there isn't really much contrast from the transition from the top of the cheek plate up into the yellow cockpit. If I could change anything here, because you've got good contrast from the top, where the glare is. This looks fine. This is a little tougher to read. If I could change anything here that would help you with what you're doing, I'd leave the cockpit exactly as it is, and I would come in and do green on these cheek plates. Here and here. The same green that you have here on the shoulders and down here, I would repeat them again on these kind of mandible plates, because that would put it next to the yellow. Green and yellow contrast beautifully. In simplest terms, that's cool and warm. And I would make sure that you leave a little bit of a dark line here on the top of the cheek. Something very narrow. All you need is a very, very slight pin wash at most. Highlight, when you do the green, highlight the outer corner of the cheek and leave the inner part dark. That's what I would do if I were trying to pull that out. I would also look for an opportunity, and I know that a lot of us color code our lasers. A lot of us will like, you know, he got green lasers, he's got 2 MLAS in his chest. Okay, fine. Ultimately, it's up to you to pick what colors you want, and if you really want to punch this up, something other than green here, because you've got green so many other places on the model, would really help the lasers to stand out. I know they're not small lasers. Small lasers are traditionally red as far as, you know, the broad meta color schemes, but red lasers would honestly pop out, I think, better in the middle of the chest there. Maybe even blue. Consider trying one of those. I think with those 2 changes, you would punch this up quite a lot. The other thing I would do is maybe come in with a dark brown wash around the gold and just pin wash it in around the edges so that you get more of lone bands of gold in the places where these come up. This is an excellent paint job. I love how clean that 6 is. Very nicely done. I really dig all the extra hull markings. All in all, this is a great looking spider. If you change just those few things, I think you'll really, really like how just the simplest things can punch up the work that you've already done. All in all, though, Journeyman Paint Hour, your painting just gets better and better. Here we have from White Wolf. Since I mentioned it, got nothing else, so here's a tidbit of art desk changeovers. The one I had to stay up stupidly late on Sunday waiting for the spool that wouldn't die to actually die. Looks suspiciously similar to a Copic YR18. Ooh. Paint organizers. Now you're speaking my language. Well, this came out nice. But I assume that's dual filament. Like, I was about to say, like, ooh, I kind of want there to be connectors just to lend more structural strength to this, because I'm sure the filament lines or the layer lines are going this way, but honestly, these having those sharp angles and being square and triangular, I'll bet that everything but the corners are pretty damn tough. They're also nice and thick, so depending on how much infill you used, which I'm sure you've thought about this, White Wolf, because, well, you always do. And as of this just-in edition, colors picked to go in the wizard racks, everything else is headed into a within arm's reach drawer for now. Narrowing it down to just 34 was hard, as you can tell by the fact that I cheated, having my metallics stay on the desk in a 3x3, and the grays in their own thingy too. That ain't cheating, that's just smart. That's just smart, separating out paints by type. I like these little mini racks, that's a nice touch. 545, bottom shells top, and infill 25%. Yeah, okay, at 25%, yeah, that's gonna be nice and sound. Again, like, these are things that I say just when I see any 3D print White Wolf, that's where my brain goes, then I remember that it's you doing it. It's nice to know there are other people out there who believe that anything worth doing is worth overdoing. It looks so organized, I could never, right? My desk is such a goddamn mess. I owe you another organizer, White Wolf, by the way. I need to finish a few things this month, by the end of the month, so by the end of this week. But early next month, I should have... Because I wanted to redo it after I read about storing oil tubes with their cap down. I had been designing it to store it cap up, but I guess by doing that, you just ensure that the oil separates out, and when you go to squeeze the tube, you get a bunch of oil that's been separated from the pigments. The other way around is not as much of an issue, so I'm rethinking it, but as soon as I have something workable, I'll fire it your way. Yeah, give them a few weeks. White Wolf, I appreciate your dedication to organization. I really, really do. It's something that I thoroughly enjoy when I find the time to do it myself. And I get to enjoy it vicariously through you. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Here we have up next from 8 Bits a Byte. Why, it's an outhouse. Acrylic paints started back in after 8 years off. First piece? An outhouse. I haven't been painting for 8 years, so I did a shitter. Resin printed 28mm based for D&D dioramas. Use blends of brown, rust, ruin effect for highlights. Let's have a little glance here. This came out nice. You could, like, I see what you've done here, coming in with some of these other colors to pick up the texture. I'm just going to tell you right now, you could go a lot heavier on that if you wanted to. I'm not saying come back to this one. I always encourage people to continue moving forward, continue painting, particularly after such a long hiatus. By the way, it is wonderful to hear that you're getting back into it. I hope that you had fun painting it, more than anything. But with as much texture as there is in this wood, you could go, like, really heavy with, like, dry brushing techniques to pull that texture out. And if you wanted to get really crazy, come in with, like, some glazed greens towards the bottom to give that effect of, like, moisture coming down towards the ground. But, I mean, that is neither here nor there. For not painting for 8 years, you've come in here, you've done some good dark panel lining to really lend that contrast and help the texture pop out. Apparently the shitter's full, as Cousin Eddie would say. So that's good to know. I'm glad they have that sign so I don't open the fucking door. You enjoyed painting it, that's the important thing. 8 Bits a Byte. It is damned inspiring for me when I hear people are just getting started or even just coming back. If there's anything that we can do to help, to encourage you, or to show you new techniques, or point you towards files, or really anything we can do, please let the community know. We have a great Discord here, and I do everything in my power to help people express the art that they've got inside, because it's so easy sometimes to see it in your mind and not quite as easy to get it to come out through your hands. Well, it just takes practice, and it looks like you're started on the right path. Really nice metallics, by the way. Those show up wonderfully. White Wolf, you have a fantastic evening. Thank you so much for hanging out. And thank you for sharing your organization with us. 8 Bits a Byte. Nice shitter. Nice shitter, bro. This would be, like, if you wanted to come back to this one and just do something simple to punch it up, honestly, dry brushing. If you're not familiar with the technique of dry brushing, it's real easy to look up. It's considered a very basic technique. I consider it to be a painting technique that has an incredibly low skill floor and an incredibly high skill ceiling, meaning that it's really, really easy to just start with. And the more you do it, the better you get at it, the more you can do with it, up to the point that you can paint entire figures doing dry brushing and have them look really fucking good. But something with a lot of texture like this lends itself really, really well to dry brushing. It's going to grab that texture and it's going to bring it right out. So, and I mean, it would be as easy as, again, if you wanted to do it, get yourself like a makeup brush. I personally use these ELF contouring brushes. These are my absolute favorites. You get some paint that's kind of thick. If it's sort of a watery paint, you're absolutely right, Valendar. I've seen entire models painted with dry brushing that you wouldn't know, because if you do a really good job with it, it's incredibly potent. Get kind of a thicker paint, or like a craft paint. I'll often use really cheap paints like U.S. art supply paints.
There was a mouse in the laundry room and Tucker chased it under the freezer. FYI.
Oh, that's good to know. My cat chased a mouse. Anyway, yeah, go ahead, and I tend to use like just a piece of porcelain. Plop it on there, let it thicken a bit, load up your brush, wipe off the vast majority of the paint that's on your brush, and usually how I'll test it is on the back of my hand. Draw it on the back of your hand, and what you're looking for is the color of the paint to pick up the texture of your skin and not leave streaks. When you get to that point where it's just picking up the texture of your skin, that's when you go in and do your dry brush work. And draw it across the texture. So in this case it would be... Oh, hold on. In this case it would be like side to side across these textures. But like come in here and just dry brush across, you'll immediately see the effect, and I think you'll like it quite a lot. Alright. What do we got up next? From this Mechanic Games 75mm Bard, work in progress of a Bard I'm painting just for the fun of it. Using this model to practice glazing, amongst other techniques. Absolutely 8 bits a byte. Abso-freaking-lutely. I hope that that's helpful information. Again, you can look up dry brushing online to get much more complete instructions than what I just gave. Damn, Mechanic. I like your large-scale work. I really like what you've done with this this wood here. Particularly that we've differentiated quite a lot between the wood used for the floorboards, the wood used for the stool, and then a similar color up here for our... What would this be? Is this a loot? What is this? This is something. Enhance. Ooh, let's get in here. Nice creamy pants. Really nice skin tones coming into some really deep reds. If this is what you've been doing, is starting with a really deep red here and glazing in skin tones, that is really effective. This face reads incredibly naturally. Coming down from the reds here into some what look like almost yellows in the shadow of the cheek. This is like yellows, greens, and reds are combined in so many interesting ways to make skin tones. And I'm not very good at it myself, but I love seeing when other people really do a good job with it. And this is such a natural, incredibly natural transition. Good job with the shadow here, along the edge of the nose, under the brow. It's a dark brownish red. Okay, it reads a little bit yellow. And that could just be the lighting. But consider even glazing a little bit of yellow into the shadows. Maybe a little bit of green. Green is a very popular color for portraiture for a reason. Nice boobies. I like the fabric work, too. I'd say the practice is a success so far, Mechanic. You've got a really, really good eye for these larger figures. They don't require as much contrast, but what contrast they need has to be kind of more carefully and deftly applied, and your shadows read very, very naturally. Still very early work on it. Yeah, I can definitely tell, but the work that you're doing so far is coming together well. Nice. Very, very nicely done. And I hope that we get to see some more of it. I mean, as far as critique, honestly, I think you're on the right track here. If I was going to give any advice, I would say try working some more... Since you're doing glazing in particular, and that's such an easy way to sort of blend colors into a palette, consider adding some yellows and some greens into the skin tones to just make it a little bit more complex. I would say you could take a look at some of Sam Minnie's work. He does a lot of that. You look at his skin tones, they are reds, greens, and yellows in some really interesting combinations. He even gets some blues in there when he's doing something more inhuman. Riot Sister says, I would shadow out the cleavage a bit, down in the shirt. Don't want him looking fake. Don't want him looking like bolt-ons. That's no good. She ain't from LA. Alright, here we have from Punished Fink. Oh, the hex. His skin tones are nuts. I desperately try to emulate them. If you can get anything close to that, anything close at all, you're doing pretty damn well. This was a quick and easy one, just the simple old lava flow that is dried and life returning to the land only to be met with a new force of destruction. The Lyran military coming to claim what they see as theirs. I don't know what the next hex is going to be, but I'm open to suggestions. Yes, that is absolutely true, Riot Sister. Some of the best resources for learning how to paint skin tones are contour makeup videos. If you think about it, they're doing the same thing that we are. They're taking a three-dimensional face shape, and in many cases, they're creating a completely new face on top of it by just painting in different skin tones, highlights, and shadows. It is like the same discipline. You can learn so much from makeup contouring videos. Are you kidding me? I love fakies. Oh, we got... Oh, look at that. Look at that big nasty. Look at that big nasty dinged up Banshee. Ooh, I like all the battle damage on him. And yeah, a dried lava flow. Enhance. You definitely got that with the texturing on this Fink. Oh, that came out nice. And a little bit of life returning. This tree got burnt up a while ago, but we got some mosses, some grasses, some hardy bushes, some scrubland life coming in, and then the Banshee comes stomping through. And pretty soon everything's gonna be on fire again. Fink, this is gorgeous. This is Punished Fink, Merlin Models. He's been doing a lot of BattleTech stuff lately. He's been making his own 2-inch or 1.75 inch. I think 2-inch? Between 1.75 and 2.5 inch hexes, and I realize that's not helpful at all, but I can't eyeball it. Either way, he's been carving these live on stream and putting them together into his own modular board. It's absolutely gorgeous work. And yeah, that's a nice looking Banshee. I love the Lyran Guard color scheme. Can I also say, Fink, you are a man of fine, refined tastes, in that your Lyran Guard has the blue and white split on the right leg, and a lot of them end the blue at the crotch, and the whole right leg will be white, and then like the whole launcher will be white. But I love this. The split down the leg. This is my favorite way to do Lyran Guard. Gorgeous. Double the size of a map hex. About 2 inches then. A little bit over. Alright. What do we got up next? Dungeon Bowl Portals from Merlin Models. Dungeon Bowl is a side game of Blood Bowl. I'm so glad you have this explanation, because I had no fucking idea what you were talking about. There are 6 portals. Your player steps in and you roll a d6 and they come out another one. I think. I'm yet to play a game, but I've been enjoying making these portals look immersive and almost Stargate-like. That is kind of what I got from them. I even have the Winds of Magic painted with inlaid colors like it's Chevron 8 locked. Yes. 7 from inside the galaxy, 8 for another galaxy. I did get far enough in the show to learn that at least. I'm still finishing off number 3, and I have 2 to do on both sides. After that, I'll try to OSL the Winds of Magic. He's really nice. The blending on these, the blues are really smooth, Merlin, but that shouldn't come as a surprise. That's something you've been doing a lot of work on lately. Some of the sigils aren't quite popping yet. Now, you're saying that this is a work in progress, and I think I can tell, like, this one up here on the right has the most contrast, and particularly when it comes to the stone, those real nice dark pieces around the edges. Like, there's just a lot more contrast to the shadow and highlight on the stone for number 3. I feel like this is the one to shoot for. Of all of these, this is definitely the one that's popping the most. You can't be afraid of contrast, folks. Cannot be afraid of contrast. Shadow Minx, thank you so much for being here. You have a fantastic evening. 3 is the latest one. Yep. You find that's something, like, all painters kind of do this, Merlin Models, but particularly when you're painting a lot of one thing, like, you start and you're like, okay, that's good, and then you do the next one and you get a little bit better at it, and you do the next one and you get a little bit better at it, and you get to the end of it and you've just done your best one, And you look back over the previous 5, the previous 10, the previous however many, and you're like, but only this one looks this good. God damn it. That's why I've started painting other people's shit before I do my own, because I'm selfish like that. Also the one with the least mid-tone. Exactly. It's the high contrast. It's the high contrast that works so damn well. Dry brush each of the sigils, then brighten the color and recess it into the inlay. Merlin, I have no doubt that you have a plan. Dude, really, Merlin, we don't have, like, Thunderhead Awards or anything like that. Maybe that's something that we'll do. Maybe that's something we should do in a couple months at the end of the year. Do the Thunderhead Awards. The Thunderies. I don't know what the fuck we're gonna call them. But I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, like, I wish I had an award to give Merlin for, like, painter who has come absolutely the furthest in his raw painting talent in the last year. People that I've gotten to watch. Yeah, the Thundies, there you go. Oh, no, I'm turning into Michael Scott. But as far as getting to watch someone paint from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, of all the people, and there have been a great number of them thanks to the Storm Report, but of all the people I've watched, Merlin, you have come so unbelievably far from where you started, man. It is fucking unbelievable. I'm still just really, really floored. Really floored by that Operative Sigma 6 that you did, man. I mean, holy... I don't know if that's really something we're gonna do, but it's a fun idea. It's a fun idea. I'll tell you what, the most I can do for you is I'll consider it. But that will bring us to the end of the Storm Reports, and as you might have guessed, the end of tonight's stream. Did I do everything right? All the cameras, all the things? I don't have the buttons, but I'm clicking okay. That's gotta be worth something. Alright, let's see who's doing what. Somebody out in Twitch has got to be doing something entertaining. Commander Mittens is going. Kaylee Larson is going. Good Enough Painting is going. That's about it for my follows at the moment. What's Good Enough doing? Owlbear and some carriages. Commander Mittens is working on a Kitsune. I want to raid Commander Mittens. I love Commander Mittens. I absolutely love Commander Mittens. We got to make that happen. Shablam, let's get that going. Commander Mittens is just... We're unable to raid Commander... Hold on. Just hold on 1 second. I'm gonna try logging out and then logging back in. Somebody else said that would work. Something went wrong. Please try again. Oh my god. What the fuck? Thunderhead Studio. That's my password. Something went wrong. Please try again. Just hold on a second. I don't know what the hell Twitch is playing at right now. But it's really fucking with me. Something went wrong. Please try again. I literally can't log into Twitch now. Does anyone know what the problem is here? Why I can't raid anyone. I mean, I can try to do it from right here. But it's not going to do it. I'm going to try it. Oh, now it works. Okay, apparently fucking ignore me. And eventually I'll figure out why I can't log into Twitch at all on my browser. That's going to be a fun thing. It's going to be a fun thing to figure out. At least we get to do a raid. That's something. Folks, I know some of you might be turning in for the night. If you're not already following Commander Mittens, do me a favor. Hang around for just a minute. Go with the raid. Check out the channel. Consider dropping a follow. She is a wonderful painter who uses very, very achievable techniques. If you're just learning how to paint, if you're trying to get to a point where you can do good tabletop armies, she is one of the painters you absolutely want to follow. There are a lot of painters out here who do things that are like, I wouldn't even try that until I've been doing it for a few years. Commander Mittens, you can pick up her techniques and you can just go. Plus, she's a fantastic person with a great community. Thank you for joining me tonight, folks. It has been an absolute joy of a stream. Thank you to everybody who contributed to the Storm Report. I love seeing your work. We'll make sure we get a new one opened up for you here in the short term so you can go ahead and get posting for Friday. And speaking of Friday, we're going to be back this Friday, the 28th. It says 3D art stream. It's probably a lie. I think we're going to be painting. Saturday, the 29th, it's going to be Spoopy Movie Night. I'm going to get a vote put up this week on the Discord if you want to join us to watch some Halloween movies. Sunday, we're going to be painting. Tuesday, we're going to be painting. It's lots and lots of paint. It's paint all the way down. Alright, I gotta get going. I am running out of time, but until next time, folks, keep on painting.